Wow! It may not seem like much, but we are kicking off a very special episode here. These are the caterpillars of Arctia caja, or the Garden Tiger Moth. An iconic and rather special species. I'd like to promote its importance and conservation biology on YouTube. This species deserves more attention than anything. What's also really cool about this species is it can eat many plants. They are super versatile and most people are very much capable of breeding it with common plants from your own backyard. The caterpillars, despite being hairy, are mostly harmless. And they look very cute and fluffy. My fans on YouTube, my loyal fans, have been asking me to make a breeding tutorial or MothCycles episode about this species for many years. It's finally gonna happen. Rejoice. If you are somebody who loves tiger moths, finally! Bart Coppens is here with a brand new episode of MothCycles. Today we are going to do Arctia caja, the Garden Tiger Moth. Get ready and let's start the intro of MothCycles. Pow. Holy moly, ladies and gentlemen, you will not believe what a friend of mine has given me. Let me undress. You're not gonna believe it, what this is. There is a certain person that has mailed me a lot of caterpillars. Now these, ladies and gentlemen, are the caterpillars of one of the cutest moths ever. One of my favorite moths of all time. Do you know what they are? Caterpillars of this species like to have a lot of paper towel. I'm not kidding. It's because it's a ground-dwelling species. In nature, they sit on the floor, grazing on various herbs, shrubs and grasses. So what we do is we're gonna add a lot of paper towels that they can use shelter in. Next we're gonna add food. I add various species of cherry. They can eat many types of plants. I just find cherry very convenient to use. You can also add some giant dandelion leaf. They really like dandelion. And some more cherry, including some evergreen cherries such as laurel cherry, because it stays fresh for a very long time without wilting. It's very easy to keep this in a container. A more generous paper towel to keep the bottles from tipping over. They have to lean against something. There you go. More evergreen cherries. Believe it or not, this weird messy setup is actually what they like. Yeah, this is a weird species. They will like living like this, I'm 100% sure. That's it, folks, for now. On top of all the chaos, we add some netting so the caterpillars cannot escape. Be careful, these caterpillars can chew through netting if they get really hungry, so don't let them grow hungry. And then I add a lid on top. It has a hole for ventilation. It's not the most professional thing in the world, but it works. So yeah, now they are locked in with some fresh air to let excess moisture escape. And now we're gonna check back a few days later and see what happened. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a brand new episode of MothCycles. You may notice that there is somebody here that we haven't seen before. This is Natalia. She's a friend of mine from Brazil who's visiting me in the Netherlands.
That's true.
So we're gonna start this episode. Natalia, I'll do you the honors. Can you open the box for me? And remove some of the wire that's on top of it. Careful, there's one caterpillar here. Let's take it off. Go away, buddy. Tell me what it is that you see when you open it.
Very fuzzy caterpillars. Can I take it off?
Yeah, you can take it off.
All of it?
All of it. Question, can you pick up one of the caterpillars and show them to my fans?
Is it safe?
They are safe.
Okay.
I would not make you touch toxic one. Oh, hold your hand still. So you can make a little close-up. That's cute, isn't it? Is that not a very cute species?
It is.
It is. This is a really cool moth that's very common in Europe, but they are also found in North America and even parts of Asia. Very widespread. Pick up some more. It's your party. I'm sure you handled many hairy caterpillars. That's a bad joke, sorry guys. I'm a terrible example. That's not how we should talk to women, is it?
It is.
It is, okay. You heard it here first. Yeah, very cool. Garden tigers.
Very hairy.
Arctia caja. They are growing very well. And I hope I can rear many of them.
Aww.
If you need good breeding tips for this species, take notes right here. Now this species is not super difficult to breed, but if it's your first time, it's a great idea to follow this video closely. It's starting to rain. We need to skedaddle as fast as possible. Quickly! Ah!
Protect the camera!
Yeah, protect the camera. Whoop! We'll see you in the next segment. Okay, now we really have to move. Clovers, dandelion, brambles, no problem. The garden tiger moth can eat very, very common plants that you can find in your garden. Now let's check a few days later what's happening with them. Boy, would you take a look at these, eh? Would you take a look at these? Oh yeah, so hairy, so caterpillary. Ooh boy. Ain't they doing just excellent? Just hairy. Just right. Feels good, babes. Feels good, babes. Just look at these beautiful tiger moths. Oh yeah. And we're gonna breed them. We're gonna breed them. They're fertile. They are breedable. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. Adorable. Amazing. Excellent. I am thriving. I am moisturized. I'm in my lane. Oh yeah. This is me, my element. Oh, I'm getting high. High of the woolly bears. Oh yeah, boy. For their small size, Arctia caja, or the Garden Tiger Moth, is one of the hungriest little caterpillars on Earth. I am not exaggerating. Anybody who has raised this species will support me and my words and tell me that it is true. For their small size, they eat incredible quantities of food. Kitchen role is very important. These caterpillars are ground dwellers. They like to sit on the floor a lot. This makes rearing them more messy because they are dwelling in their own poop. Yeah, that don't sound nice. It isn't nice. But we gotta keep them clean and fresh. Keep their container clean, alright? There you go. So I'm adding some paper towel. Paper towel is my Lord and Savior because it helps to clean so much more easily. It keeps the container clean and fresh. So, this is a lot of cherry, I mean it. And yeah, Arctia caja loves cherry. They also love a lot of other plants, so I'm gonna add some more cherry to their enclosure, yeah, to their container, their habitat, whatever you call them, their apartment, their caterpillar jail. Wow, there you go. I shall add my hairy little beasts. Gosh, they are hairy, gosh, they are beasts. I haven't even been able to count how many of them we got. I want to give a shout out to Natalie. Natalie is a very kind and generous person who gave me an army of her caterpillars for this video. I can see why. Because if I had this many children, I would want somebody to adopt them as well. It's a bit much. Anyway, so I'm gonna release them very gently and carefully here into this nice little box here with the new cherry. There you go. They're probably gonna panic and run around, but I'm very sure that many of them are instantly going to feed. Now don't worry guys, it looks like I handle these very roughly, but I don't. I'm actually being gentle. They are very hairy. They can take it. The hair is kind of like a protective coating as well. There you go. Just gonna knock them off for a bit. There you go. It's raining caterpillars. Hallelujah, it's raining caterpillars. Oh, I should be a singer. I should bring out my new record soon. I think people would buy it. Ooh. Yeah. There you go. That's a lot of babies. Some of them are on the cherry, some of them are on the floor. There you go. Great. Thank you folks, this piece is a mean, lean feeding machine, so I'm also adding some dandelion and then bramble and other random plants. You can give them so many plants. Whoop, there we go. That's a lot of food for them. This footage is not sped up. I'm sitting here in real time and the speed at which these things eat is genuinely terrifying. We can see the leaf just vanishing in real time. By the Lord. Look at that. Oh dear gosh. Look at that. Have you ever seen any hungrier feeding machine? It's a monster. Wow. This is what you're dealing with if you're raising Arctia caja. They may look innocent and fluffy and cute, but whew, they're gonna eat you out of house and home. Breeding this species is actually a lot of work relative to their size. I bet that they will eat a lot more food than, for example, a silk moth compared to their own size. These tigers are pretty insane. Oh boy. But when you're gonna see the moths, you will agree with me 100% that it's worth it. They are worth it. Yes, my hairy little baby. You're famous. You're gonna be on YouTube. Oh, there you go. Didn't stop eating yet, eh? And we all know the drill, don't we? Yeah, we do. Let me just add a bit more paper towel even. You know the drill. I know the drill. We all know the drill. There you go. So actually these are very close to turning into moths. I think they have, in less than 2 weeks, I will already probably have some pupa or cocoons. So, we're gonna start this episode with caterpillars that are fully grown. It's a bit unusual. I prefer to start most of my videos with eggs and then raise the insect from egg to moth. It's the most logical way to make a video, but consider this a crazy and special episode. Plus the caterpillars of this species are like half the appeal, so maybe it's a good thing for my viewers and viewer retention to start with the most exciting woolly little babies and then go from there. And now we're gonna check back a few days later and see what happened. This is one reason why I typically don't encourage people to raise this many caterpillars. Because they make an atrocious and disgusting mess. It's easy to clean up after 10 caterpillars. It's hard to clean after 100 caterpillars. Every few days I need to clean literal tons of poop. And we check back a few days later, as always. Now, this species in my home country, I am from the Netherlands, I'm a Dutchman, that's right. And in the Netherlands, in some places, this species can still be relatively common, although it has declined a lot the past few decades. Do you want to see them in the wild? I have. These are actually images of wild caterpillars. Yep, the video is about breeding the species in captivity. I know. But it's cool to see wild ones too. I can find them in the dunes for some reason. This species can live in many different environments though, such as forest edges, scarce grasslands, sand dunes, herbridge meadows and even swampy areas. Enjoy! The caterpillars seem to be nomadic and wander from plant to plant. They tend to graze on random plants they like. This one seems to be munching from a wild crucifer named rapeseed or Brassica napus. A shout out to my friend Dita from the Netherlands. Yep, she's a typical Dutch lady. And she helped me find some of the caterpillars in the wild.
Hallo mensen. Het is voor de mensen
mensen thuis, of niet? Oeh, hij heeft een stabilisator.
Thank you, Dita. She's helped me make some very questionable YouTube videos in the past. Guys, Dita is a little bit crazy. I think she needs a distraction. Here, Dita, go fetch. What the fuck? Sorry, I don't have words to explain this, guys, but enjoy.
As you guys can see, here is a little spot where there's no wood anymore. That's because 8-year-olds, they have to be 8, chop the woods and they sell the wood to drum players, and they make drumsticks out of it. That's the reason that this particular spot has no trees anymore. And you might think, oh,
wait,
that's
what?
Child slavery. It's not.
Drumsticks?
Yes, drumsticks.
Are you for real?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And you might think, oh, but that's like child labor. It's not, because they get paid in lemonade, and it's from the woods here. So that's how it's been for ages. And yeah, it's a Dutch tradition. So yeah. I'm starting an OnlyFans.
Guys, just know that I have permission to film this, okay? Okay, show me the moth. Okay, so this is probably the weirdest thing that's been on my channel so far, but there you go.
People were asking for a Moths OnlyFans, right? Well, maybe this is the first step. Oh, here it goes.
This is a very unusual video, people, but do you remember that one? People who watch my channel for a while will remember that video. Anyway, let's continue back to the rearing project. Let's see how the garden tigers are doing. Not long after starting this video, I noticed something really cool. The caterpillar started to spin a silk cocoon. I know it's very early in the video to have cocoons already. The order of the life stages is a little bit reversed in this video. I started with a bunch of fully grown caterpillars that I had raised. But that's okay. I'll try to do 2 generations of these moths, or technically 1.5, just to show you the full progress and the full life cycle. The cocoons of Arctia caja are very thin. They usually just lazily spin leaves or debris together and form a cavity with sticky silk strands. After a while they made a lot more cocoons. Let me show you that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just gonna spoil it, you know, because we know where this video is going. Some of my caterpillars have been making cocoons. So I'm gonna improvise a box where the cocoons can safely hatch. Maybe it's a bit primitive, but there you go. I'm putting some paper on the bottom. Very important is that the moths can actually climb up and support themselves somewhere, so I'm gonna add some sticks. It's gonna look silly, but it works. This is gonna be their enclosure for the moths to come out. As we open the container, I have been rearing an insane amount of caterpillars. If you're a fan of my channel and you watch all the MothCycles episodes, you will know that even though I breed a lot of species, I breed a big variety of species here in the Netherlands. But at the same time, I don't tend to breed high numbers, because this channel would be unmanageable if I raised like 40 species of moths. And of each species I'm raising like 200 or 100 of them. Usually I raise in the range of 12, 10, 20, 30, 40 per species, that's it. But I'm pretty sure I have over 70 caterpillars right now, which is exceptional for me. It hasn't happened very often. There's one video where I raise a rare moth from Mexico called Paradirphia morula, the smoky emperor moth. That breeding went really well and we ended up with like 72 pupa. But generally I don't breed this high number of insects. But they were given to me by a wonderful friend. Thank you, Natalia, if you're watching. You are wonderful. You are the MVP. So, and it's because of you I can make this nice video about Arctia caja on my channel. I'm sure my viewers will appreciate it. So let me take the cam. Now immediately we can see that the caterpillars, they love to spin cocoons in the corner of their enclosure for some reason. I guess these corners are sheltered. So now you want to be really careful because the pupa can be very soft and fragile if they just pupated. Oh wow, and as you can see, some of the caterpillars have already pupated. To some people this looks gross, but to me this looks absolutely beautiful. And it's the start of something new in a beautiful cycle of transformation. So I'm just crudely gonna use my hands here to pull them off. Maybe, I can show you one pupa of Arctia caja for the viewers. So I'm opening this cocoon. Whoop. And inside the cocoon, here there is my baby. There is a pupa. This is the moth pupa. And the hairy thing that's stuck to it is what's left of the caterpillar. I'm serious, when they transform, they lose their skin, they shed their skin. And this is what's part of the caterpillar, and this hard shell is what emerged from it, is the pupa. So we're gonna take all these pupa and place them in here safely and securely. And some of them are still spinning cocoons. I'm sorry to disturb ya, but we gotta get this done. So these are still caterpillars. So we want to be real careful with them. Even if they haven't pupated, I am careful with transporting the pre-pupa. They're gonna be safe. Typically I do not encourage people to break open cocoons like that, because pre-pupating caterpillars can be fragile, but in this case this species doesn't seem to mind as long as you place the caterpillar in an appropriate place. Some of them have been spinning cocoons in the paper towels, which is great. The cocoon provides them protection from each other. You need to give them a place to pupate, otherwise they're gonna eat each other. I'm not even kidding. These species are cannibals and they love to eat pupa of their own species, especially freshly pupated ones. So if they don't spin a cocoon and the pupa is exposed, the other larvae could eat it. I'm actually happy if they make a safe space to cocoon like this. That means the pupa will not be touched. Looks great. This is a healthy pupa. I'm just collecting all the cocoons from the paper towel that I added. I'm placing all the pupa and cocoons in here, but we keep finding them one by one. Now this is actually gonna take a while. I have to look through all the paper towel to collect all the cocoons and pupa one by one. It's not so easy because they are very hidden in here. They like to make hidden cocoons in cavities. So yeah, this is some exercise in patience and an eye for detail. So here inside the paper towel I keep finding more cocoons and larvae that are ready to pupate, and I'm just collecting them. Here's another one. So yeah, bear with me here for a second. It's interesting though. A lot of them have cocooned actually. Just need to inspect every inch. So this is what a cocoon looks like. You see the paper is folded. If we pull it open, there's a little caterpillar in there, see? So it's very hidden, it's very subtle. You have to be able to spot it. Oh look, if we open it up, there's actually a pupa in there, see that? So it's like an Easter egg hunt for all these pupa. It's gonna take some time, I don't want to bore you with it, so let's fast forward a little bit. This is a very fresh pupa. Guys, if they are still yellow, you have to be really careful because it means the shell did not harden yet. It's literally soft and mushy. If I drop this, it would instantly die. So we're gonna be really careful with this little creature. And place it here soft on the paper towel with its friends. See? With the other pupa who have turned dark. This is gonna be so amazing, this species. You guys will love it, okay? Just wait for it. Just wait for the big climax of this video. You are going to love it. Now guys, here is a sad example of a cannibalized. Here's an example of a cannibalized pupa. I believe this deformed pupa has a hole here. And that's because its brothers and sisters have been chewing on it. As I've said, for some reason this species likes to cannibalize the pupa of its own species. And sometimes the caterpillars chew holes in the freshly formed pupa. It cannot really be prevented for 100%, unfortunately, it just happens to some of them. I think I just found one example of cannibalism. Actually, there is a way to prevent it, and it's giving the caterpillars a place to spin a cocoon. A cocoon is essentially a protective barrier around the pupa that protects the cocoon from intruders, invaders and predators. It's the silk that protects them. And my caterpillars have actually been doing very well. I've been collecting like dozens of healthy pupa right now. It looks like I found one that got cannibalized, but to be honest, that's negligible. That's only a small percentage. If you're raising like 70 caterpillars and it's only one individual, then it's not so bad. You cannot prevent it 100%. But by giving them like paper towel and places to cocoon and pupate, that's when you get less cannibalism because the pupa are protected. You know, they can spin in leaf litter or in crevices and their brothers and sisters cannot reach them in these places. This is a really fresh pupa. It must have pupated just seconds ago. This is actually the life stage in which they eat each other. Because when the shell of the pupa hardens, they cannot really eat each other anymore. They only do it when the shell is soft, like this one. That's when it's most vulnerable to cannibalism. Looks a bit strange, isn't it, a fresh pupa? Still soft and wrinkly. So weird looking. Anyway, let's put it in here. It's looking good to me. I hope my viewers are gonna be... Well folks, it's looking great to me. And I'm hoping my fans will be just as happy. Because people have been begging me for years to film Arctia caja. And I can understand why. So in Europe, this is a really popular moth species. It used to be very common in Europe, but the species has been disappearing from many places. I guess they're declining like most insect species nowadays. But people are dying to see this life cycle on YouTube, so I'm gonna do my best to make you all happy. The mix that I use for the pupa is actually very simple. It's just sticks and more paper. The sticks are very important because the moths use it to climb up when they emerge from their pupa. So many of the pupa are hidden in here, but here we can see a few of them. Can you see it? One very fresh one that's still yellow. And a lot of dark ones that have already matured. And the good news is the pupal stage of this species is very short. So I'm often used to waiting for months or years to see my moths in some cases. Sounds extreme, but some moth species can take literal years before they come out of the cocoons, but the Garden Tiger Moth is actually really fast. I personally expect to see the moths in about 3.5 weeks, maybe 4 if it's really cold. They tend to be really quick. So, and we're gonna have more pupa soon. So this is great. This is a win in my book. I'm gonna bring these inside. After a while they made a lot more cocoons. Let me show you that. Oh, it's pupa collecting time. Yeah. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. I've had one issue on this YouTube channel, guys. It's a big issue. It's the fact that, I really need to introduce a bigger diversity of moths on my channel, in my opinion. I'm such a big fan of the Saturniidae silk moths, the emperor moths. I really need to introduce more stuff like sphingids, tiger moths, and other stuff. And this is actually one of my favorite moths. What's really cool is when I was a beginner, when I just started this moth breeding hobby, the Garden Tiger Moth Arctia caja was one of the first species I ever raised. It was a very fond memory. I'm just gonna dump everything here on the floor for a second. Please don't do that if you are rearing non-native species, alright? You have to prevent at all costs any of them escaping. But this is a native species. I've even seen them in my area in some cases. So what I'm about to do is just go through the leaf litter just like I did in the last segment and look for pupa and cocoons. Now, I've done this before, so I realized that this content is something you've already seen maybe. So I'm gonna do it real quickly. Not gonna repeat the same thing all over. Let's skip time. Already got some new pupa today. Not gonna make a whole extensive segment here. Every day collecting new pupa, that's all you gotta know. We already got a lot of them in here, so in a few weeks, look at this nice emergence box, guys, with sticks and paper. I think this is gonna work just fine. Pupa should only take about 4 weeks to 5 weeks, sometimes 6 if it's cold. But in 1 month, or maybe a bit later, we're gonna see the moths. And a few days later, a very special moth came out. Ladies and gentlemen, I got a little announcement for you. The first moth came out today, really quickly. I think it's maybe been 2.5 weeks. Maybe slightly longer since I had the first pupa, maybe like 3 weeks. So yeah, this species has a very short pupation time. And I'm gonna show you the first moth, but before I do that, I need to tell you about Arctia caja. See, this is not my first rodeo with this species. I have raised this species in the past several times. And there's old footage on my channel of me raising these awesome moths in captivity. Typically, these moths have some kind of a freckle pattern, kind of like the spots on a cow, with bright red hind wings. This is apparent in all the videos that I've made of this particular species. But something that this species is really famous for is their variation. This species can have a lot of unusual variations. And in some cases there's variations with yellow, orange or even white hind wings. Completely black or white individuals. Now this stuff is really rare. It really doesn't happen much. And so far, after all the times that I have raised this species, they have always been the regular form with red hind wings. But today actually I noticed that my first individual is different. And I'm gonna show it to you right now using this stick. Container, and here we have the first moth. At first glance the first moth looks normal. But if we pick it up, we will probably notice something. This species likes to reveal the hind wings when they are being touched. It's basically a way to threaten the fact that they are poisonous. So for the first time in my life we are having the orange form, which is a lucky coincidence because this is the first time I wanted to make a MothCycles episode about this species. It is also a little bit strange, you know, because the people who are going to be watching this video, as a first impression of this species in MothCycles, they're going to see actually a unusual variation. Now the difference is subtle, like the moth looks 90% normal, but it's the color of the hind wings that's, to be honest, quite different. It's the shade, it's the color. It's orange instead of red. Now for the Pokemon players here in this world, this is essentially a shiny Pokemon. So that's really cool. It's the first Garden Tiger Moth in this episode with the orange aberration. Really cool. Really cute. Man, I love this species. It's really one of my favorites. What a beautiful insect, man, I love them. And what's really cool about this species, in my opinion, is their variation. Like every individual moth looks a little bit different. I do hope that we will get some of the traditional red ones, because in the MothCycles, you know, in the web series MothCycles, I do want the animals to be representative of what they look like in the wild. In the wild they can look like this too, but it's rare. It's rare to find such individuals in the wild. I mean, it's rare in captivity. I've raised hundreds of them in my life and it's the first time I've seen it. At the same time, people who are gonna watch this episode are going to think that this is what they usually look like. It's kind of ironic. That's why I showed you some footage of the normal looking moth before, when I was talking about variation, before I revealed this insect. I'm hoping that my bloodline is weird and that we have a lot of strange variations. One of the things I would really like to show in MothCycles is the level of variation this species can have. And oh no, too blurry. And what better ways are there to demonstrate variation other than showing people variation? So yeah, I hope that I get a nice bloodline that has a cool color variations, so I can prove my point in this episode. Like, one of the things about breeding this moth is that you can breed this species many times. Like, you can do them 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, and every time you get a different result, because each time the moths have slightly different spots, a slightly different color, a slightly different size. I mean, they look mostly the same, but it's that small amount of variation that really does the trick. It's really cool. Take a good look at those spots on the forewing, because with each moth that I'm gonna show, the spots are gonna be totally and wildly different as well. Wow, you gotta admit though that this is a beauty. This is just something very beautiful. Man, I love Arctia caja. I love this species. They make me so happy. Special shout out to Natalia. Actually, there's going to be 2 Natalias in this video. The Natalia from Brazil, who was in the footage when I was taking care of the caterpillars, but also there is another Natalia. Natalia is somebody who sent me the caterpillars of this species. Very generous of you. And I'm having great fun with them, as you can see. I'm about to place this moth in its enclosure. Oop. Yes. Come on, buddy. Hope that works. Now, if we want to pair this one, we're gonna have to get more individuals soon. Let's see about that. Are we going to have more moths soon? Well, if the first one is out, it can't be long before the rest comes out, right? At least that's what I'm telling myself. Let me tell you, we're gonna have a lot of them. I should have counted how many pupae I got. There's many of them. Glad you're here, I'm glad you're watching, you are appreciated. Without my fans and viewers, I am nothing. Let's wait for more awesome moths to come out soon. I'm gonna show you each and every one of them if I can. Gentlemen, I was noticing some movement in the pupa box. And ooh, yes, it's confirmed. We got some new garden tigers, so it's time to take a look. It's exciting because we established that each of them have different forms. Oh, come on. I'm sorry, this one wasn't very cooperative. Let's see, what have we got? Oh, look! Yeah, this is the classic red one, if you ask me. This is like their typical red color. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen, one normal looking garden tiger moth. Very cool. This is pretty much what this beautiful species is quote-unquote supposed to look like. Of course, I don't like the word supposed, because in reality there is no way they are supposed to look like, but this is really the typical form with red hind wings. I can't believe that we actually had some rare ones with orange. It's an interesting little species. Ooh, they like to show off their color and run away really fast. Hey, little buddy, what's up? Are you shy? This to be a male and a rather precious one. Very beautiful. This is such a lovable species. Wow, and what you can see is like their pattern on their wing is so unique. Anyway, we got another moth. And another moth came out. I think the pupal stage of this species only takes like 3 weeks or so. Especially if it's warm, so it's going fast. Let me show you. See what the third moth is gonna look like. Oh man, these moths are such surprise packages. Wow, okay. Big difference if you ask me. This is a very orange form again. And I think this is a female, so we got 2 males, I think. 2 males. 1 female. First female we have is orange. Even yellowish orange, if you ask me. Very cool, very cool. Wow, folks, this is some really special footage. Because finally I can show you what the difference is with a direct comparison. So I'm always talking about the yellow form, the orange form, the red form, but now we can finally see it in real time. So here on top, this moth is what they look like most of the time. And this is the more rarish orange form. That's really cool, don't you think? And that's what I really love about this species. It's the insane variation that they have. And that's what makes this moth species for me so incredibly special. You can raise them dozens of times and just get totally different results. And because of that, I've really fallen in love with this species. I love to breed them many times over and over again just to see what these moths can look like, you know. Sometimes they have a lot of white or black freckles or spots. Sometimes they have yellow hind wings, sometimes they have red hind wings. It's really cool. It's really cool if you ask me. Variation, they say, is the spice of life, isn't it? It really is. Especially in this case. I'm hoping we can get some other cool variations in this video. That would be awesome. So currently we got 1 yellow female, 1 red male and 1 yellow male. Not sure if I should call it yellow or orange. But basically these 2 are the orange form and this is the typical normal red form. So yeah, it's possible that the orange male and female will mate with each other, but it's also possible that the red and orange individual will mate. So it's up to total randomness. We're going to put all of them in an enclosure, and at least one of the two males is bound to mate with her. Amazing! This is gonna be the best MothCycles episode ever because of all these cool variations. Oh dear. So I'm gonna place all of them here in this little cage, this enclosure. And I'm gonna place it outdoors. The males of this species, they tend to fly very late in the evening, in the middle of the night, but even in the morning. I've seen them like early in the morning around 5 o'clock, showing activity. So I know people who moth trap them in the wild, and they tell me sometimes the species, they arrive at sunrise near the light. So from my experience, they are very easy to mate in captivity. If you just place one male and one female together in an enclosure like this, that's made of netting, it's gonna be real easy. That's what they say. So, not sure if we're gonna witness the pairing. You have to be lucky, but if it happened, the female is going to lay a lot of eggs. So yeah, that's gonna help us to continue the life cycle. And even more moths came out, which if you're a fan of moths and you're a fan of this channel, you will love this footage. Guess what, folks? More moths are coming out. And I can immediately see, using my trained eye, that turns out we got 4 males today. That's a little bit unfortunate. 4 different males. I can tell by the antennae. So this is, ooh, that one is feisty. That's what they are zesty and feisty. So, look at their beautiful spots. So these are just 4 new males that we got today. They're really the cows of the moth world. Look at them. Oh, one of them is already hurrying away. Hey, not bad, folks. This is where we currently stand. Oh dear gosh. What an amazing species! Amazing! I love them. Up! This moth used to be a lot more common than it is today. We're going to have to talk about them. A lot of people who are interested in butterflies and moths who are a little bit older can remember this species from their childhood, if you live in certain parts of Europe or even the United States. This is the Garden Tiger Moth, a gorgeous and amazing species of tiger moth. This species with all my heart, and I hope everybody who has this species in their local area is inspired to raise some of them just to study their life cycle. It's an amazing experience that you could not miss for anything else. Man, I love them so much. I'm gonna place them back into their enclosure, which is this pop-up cage. There you go. Now I noticed something from last night. The female. I apologize if this cage is a little bit dirty, guys. I've used this cage a lot of times. I washed it, but it's just moths release a kind of coloring, a kind of pigment, meconium. It's just hard to get the discoloration out. But sorry if it looks crummy, it still works. Although I should probably order some fresh cages for them soon. Anyway, this is the female. And the female, she has laid a lot of eggs. That's right. Do you guys see these tiny green orbs? These are literally hundreds of eggs that our female has laid. Now it's a bit of a shame that right now we seem to have 6 males and just 1 female. So I'm hoping that I'll get some more females soon, so we can continue the breeding. I mean, we already continued it. This is probably already fertile. They mate very easily. So it's, to me, really special how each of these moths is totally different looking. Each of them has a unique pattern. That's something that, to me, makes it really worth it, you know. Awesome species. Are you starting to see why I like this species, right? It's not a rare species, they are still common in many parts of Europe, even though they are really struggling and declining in some places. We'll get into that later. At the end of MothCycles, I always make a presentation about the biology and ecology of the species we breed. So you're gonna learn everything I know about them. But do you guys see the appeal? Like, it's amazing! I love them. They energize me. Here's a fun fact. This species is one of the first species I ever learned to breed. I think I was maybe 17, 18 years old, maybe even 19, I don't know. It's a long time ago, I'm old. But I remember being successful with breeding these moths when I was younger. And it was actually one of the first time I completed the full life cycle of an insect. So they will always have for me a special place in my heart. I cannot wait to see more of you guys. I cannot wait. I am so anxious to see all the beautiful forms that I can get. There more moths came out. Oh, I need a diet. Oh, it's time to check up on more moths that have been born. I am going to be honest to you guys. I am going to stop doing this so frequently. Because every few days I'm going to have some more moths coming out. And if every time that some new moths emerge, I have to make a new update video, it's gonna take ages to finish this video. But for now we can take it. After this I'll probably speed things up. Otherwise this video is gonna be hours long. Ooh, looks like we got another female. Of course the camera, yeah, there you go. Orange form, female. Seems like, I think all my females so far have been orange form. Very good. I also see some more individuals here. Let's take a look at them. I think this is actually two females. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but this seems to be two orange form females. I think, yes. And here is, I think, a red male. So there you go. Two orange females, one red male. So these are the new moths for today, looking very fresh and gorgeous. And I can place them in the enclosure with the rest of the moths so they can lay a lot of eggs and reproduce for me. With the rest in this dirty, dirty little cage here. I've ordered some new ones, so in my future videos my cages will look squeaky clean. You know, I just like to reuse them as much as I can. I don't want to waste plastic or anything. So, if you ever get eggs of this species, I do want you to be careful. The eggs are a little bit vulnerable and squishy. On my channel you often see me collect eggs just with my bare hands. I'm wondering if this is possible to do so. Or will it break them? I'm not sure. The eggs seem to be glued very tightly to the surface, much to my frustration. I can use a paintbrush to push them away, it seems. I would rather not use my finger, because I think my finger would crush the eggs. The paintbrush is very soft. It gives just enough resistance to push the eggs away. Females use like an adhesive substance to glue the eggs to the surface. You know, in nature they would lay the eggs on a plant leaf or like on a tree maybe. So yeah, this way they are not so firmly attached to the surface, and I place them in a petri dish. This is literally going to be hundreds of babies, I'm not kidding you. Also they hatch really fast. I think in about 7 to 10 days in some cases, if the weather is warm. You can expect babies real fast. Much faster than the other types of moths that I usually raise. Let's put this one away. So, and we got two more females, so expect to have a lot of eggs soon, like literally crazy amounts. So, oh dear, that is insane. There are some more eggs here. Probably have to harvest them as well. To the people who are watching this, I have one message, guys. Please learn how to breed tiger moths. It's a lost art. There's a lot of people who breed moths as a hobby nowadays, but most of the attention goes to the emperor moths, the Saturnidae, and sometimes hog moths. But the arctinated tiger moths get very little attention, and that's not good. I wish more people like me would breed these species. Don't worry guys, I don't let any insects escape. Even though it's a native species, you just saw some of them run off during that footage. But they are all fine, and they don't get the chance to run away. Anyway folks, if you are somebody who was influenced by my videos to raise moths in captivity, it's a great and fascinating and awesome hobby. I've inspired people to raise some moths that are common in the pet trade, like Luna moths, robin moths, you know. Polyphemus moths, everybody likes them. Or domesticated silkworms, all the basic species that most people raise. But yeah, I guess that what I want to say is please give tiger moths a chance. The subfamily Arctinae currently under the subfamily Arabidae. I think there's close to 200,000 species, or was it like 18,000? It was something like that from the top of my head. It is one of the most diverse families of moths for sure. There is a lot to discover about them. In fact, there's more to discover about them than there is about silk moths or emperor moths. So yeah, if you want to discover their secrets, please consider raising some of these species. We need more people to be interested in them and their ecology and their life cycles, in my opinion. Ignore the stuff behind me. I like to take care of my animals here when I'm filming outdoors. But I hope some people watching this will be inspired by me and this video to breed more species of tiger moths. They are really a beautiful family. Well, they're not a family, they're like a subfamily now. But they deserve so much more recognition and respect. They are beautiful, they are complex, and especially if it comes to tropical species, I'm willing to say less is known about them than, for example, the famous emperor moths who get all the attention. You know, the Luna moth, stuff like that. It gets all the attention, the rosy maple moth. Because yeah, they are bigger. People like bigger stuff in most cases, but it's not really fair. The sheer diversity of tiger moths is insane. The reason I more rarely breed them is because it's harder to get exciting material of them. But if I can get my hands on unusual species that I can study, I'm always happy to do it. So looks like this project is going well. That's a lot of eggs. Not bad considering I think that was the first harvest. And now we got even more females, so if those pair tonight, yeah, we're gonna have literally hundreds of eggs, which is going to be insane. It's gonna be insane already. Good. I'm excited for that. They're easy to incubate at room temperature. They don't need any special conditions. Just keep them in a petri dish like this and wait. It's time to harvest the fertile eggs. Now guys, these moths have laid thousands and thousands of eggs. It was more eggs than I could humanly handle. So I had to make the choice to sell and trade some of them. Yes, that's right, people sell and trade moths online. There's a hobby for it. So yeah, I decided to sell some of those eggs, but I also collect some for myself. More moths, more moths. Alrighty, that's a cool one. Finally a red form female. Was about time. This individual is very strange. He has a birth defect. Therefore I am not going to add him to my breeding pool. We don't want to breed birth defects. Yes, some new cool mothsies. That's gotta be one of the most beautiful moths in the world. Oh my god! Look at them! Whoa dear, I love them so much. So incredibly much. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. Wow! I love it. I am so happy. You wouldn't believe how happy I am. Oh, my heart. My heart cannot take it. It's too beautiful, it's too cute. He worked hard to get at this point, folks. Tiger moth lovers of the world, please speak up right now. I need your attention at the moment. Speak up. Because I need your recommendations. What are the coolest species of tiger moth that I should breed for my channel? Please give me your recommendations. I really want to hear them. There must be many species worldwide. And there's many of them I can film for you. Oh, look at their red face. We love the garden tiger. Really happy because more Arctia caja have come out and I'm enjoying it so much. I can't stop smiling. I love them. Am I a weirdo? Be honest to me. Why is my hair like the berries and cream guy from Starburst? I don't like that. If you're young, that was a meme back in the day when I was young on the internet. Anyway, I'm a total weirdo. I realize it. I'm 31 years old, guys. And I'm sitting here being excited over moths. But hey, have you seen the stuff other people get excited over? I feel like this is more innocent. More moths came out. Bountiful harvest today. A bountiful harvest. Oh, what's this? The pupa is stuck to this female's butt. That's not good. Let's help her, guys. Pupa can get stuck to a moth, and if you're really gentle you can pull it off. But you have to be gentle, okay? Just peel it off. Don't immediately rip it out or you can hurt the moth. Just gently take it off. I'm sorry, little one, for the stress that I'm putting you through. But this is for your own health. You need to take this shell off. Oh, it's really stuck. It happens sometimes. Ah, there you go, you're free. We rescued her, guys. That's not all. There's more of them. Just carefully take a look at our new ones. Some of the new moths for today, including the female I just rescued. But I noticed that we have here a very cool small yellow male. I think that's amazing. This male is very, very cool. I want to have a closer look at that one. But it's a female. It's a very small female yellow form. Poke. Let's poke it a little bit, I'm sorry. That's just to show off the wings. I've said it a trillion bazillion times before, guys, but every moth is different, every moth is unique, and that's what makes this species so fun. Like you can really raise a million of these moths and you get like... You're still amazed by what you see and what you get. So this is a really small female, smaller than any of the females I have seen before. That's exciting. Not sure if it's a sign of bad health or anything. No, I don't think so. I think it's natural variation. To be honest, the stock that I have gotten... Sorry for poking her, guys. I'm just making her move a little bit so you guys can see the features. Even though it seems harsh, I do know what I'm doing. I'm very experienced with moths. I've been doing this for 12 years, non-stop. So I know how I can handle them. This is just one very cool individual I wanted to show off. That's very nice. Some of the peep 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 regular red forms in here. Gosh, these moths are so beautiful. The breeding program is going really well at the moment. Wow. Look, more of them start to come out. Whoa, it's too many moths to handle. Guys, I have so many of these moths right now, I can't even place all of them on my hand anymore, or they would just, half of them would run away. But I say looks like a nice result, doesn't it? Such a variety. Now we can see we're about a week in since the first moths start to appear. And some of them start to show signs of old age. For example, the older moths, when they become older, tend to become less colorful like this. You can kind of see a loss of scales and a loss of color. And they become less energetic. The thing about this species, guys, is they don't live for a long time, alright? These moths do not feed. They don't have a functioning mouth. So yeah, practically they starve in about a week. And I can tell some of the oldest moths that I have are just sluggish. If I turn it around, they have little energy sometimes. They're still alive, but I have the feeling that in a few days the first ones will start to die of old age. Now that sounds sad, sounds like it's a shame, but that's the thing about moths, you know. If you're a moth breeder, like, you have to be really crazy about moths. Because like, they don't make great pets. They only live for a week or so, they complete their life cycle and they pass away. That's just how it goes, that's how it works. It's kind of sad in a way, you know. It's also beautiful, fragility of life and all. But yeah, it's a lot of work for a creature that lives for maybe a week. It has maybe one good week. And that's it. After that it's just gone. But they are efficient at it. They are prolific at breeding and they lay a lot of eggs. And in fact my moths have laid a lot of eggs. Since I got all of them here on top, we can take a safe look inside of the cage to see how many eggs there are. There's some of them back and I got good news. Eggs have been abundantly laid. I am not joking. I have literally hundreds of eggs, thousands. Look at how many eggs there are. Even one quick look around the cage reveals literal hundreds of eggs. I'm gonna start collecting some in a petri dish again. That is a lot of eggs. That is a lot of eggs. That's literally hundreds of them, in fact. Damn. That's pretty shocking, man. That's an insane amount of eggs. Wow. It's dazzling. It's mind-boggling. Whoa. Look at how many eggs. Terrifying. In 2 weeks I'm gonna have so many babies. And even more moths came out, you should see it, it was crazy. Now guys, I know these breeding videos are very long. If you want short versions of them, the good news is I am making short versions. So you don't have to be watching a 3 or 2 hour long breeding video of me raising moths. Some of my fans like it. If you're one of those fans, this is for you. More moths came out, it was insane. Of these updates yet? Yeah, this video is unusual. Ooh. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I may have raised too many of these things. If you are a fan of my channel, you will have noticed something. Typically I am not the kind of breeder who likes to breed like a lot of the same species, right? There's people in this hobby who breed like 1,000 Luna moths, 1,000 emperor moths, 1,000 rosy maple moths in a big number. I cannot do that. I usually If you analyze my videos, if you are a fan who watches most of my uploads, you'll quickly realize I tend to raise about 15 to 20, maybe 30 of each individual species. Now there are exceptions. There are some videos where I raise over 100 moths of the same species, but it's very rare. And the reason is very simple. I'm a YouTuber who actually has to show a variety of species, right? And let's be honest, the variety of species you can see on my channel is insane. I don't think there's any other YouTuber who has filmed as many species as I did in one lifetime. So yeah, but in order to maintain that variety, imagine you are a farmer, right? You are a farmer who wants to have chickens and cows and pigs and horses and goats and a hamster, or you want to have a guard dog, you want to have a farm with all kinds of animals. Well, obviously you can't afford to have hundreds of each species, right? Unless you are very rich and have a big operation. I'm just one guy, I'm just one enthusiastic mothman. This episode is a bit of an exception, really. Now, am I reading that crazy high numbers? I feel like I have raised like crazy high numbers or anything. But at the same time, yeah, it's definitely more than I typically raise. So every day I'm waking up to a lot of new moths here. So I'm just collecting them. So basically every day right now I'm waking up to 5 or 6 new individuals. It's pretty crazy if you ask me. I do really enjoy it. It's one of my favorite species of moth ever. It's been one amazing ride so far. I'm over the moon. I'm really happy, and it's the fact that I have a yellow form too that makes this like the cherry on top. Little babies, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Look at them, so much variation. Oh dear, beautiful. They are just lovely individuals if you ask me, so wonderful. This is going to be the best and most extensive video of the species on YouTube. I'm fairly convinced of this fact. Amazing. Wow, so beautiful. God, it's art. This is what success looks like. The swarm of moths that we got is kind of out of control, and they're laying thousands of eggs. I'm starting to get concerned at this point. I need to sell some eggs. These two are even mating, if you are curious what the mating process looks like. This is a male and a female that are, I think it's actually a yellow. It's a yellow female and a red male. So you can see this is what pairing looks like. It's hard to see it sometimes because it happens quickly and in captivity is easy to miss. But if the moths are attached like this is, let's use the appropriate word, guys. It is sex. They're having sex. I said it, it's not a taboo. It is what it is, It's what they do. It's reproduction, it's biology. There's nothing weird about it. Only weird thing is that we made it weird, we made it taboo, but it shouldn't be. Anyway, I'm gonna have an insane amount of offspring. Pretty cool as I've raised this species many times in my life, maybe over a dozen times, because it's just one of my favorites. I've actually never had the yellow form before, and just when I decide to make this MothCycles episode, I get the yellow form. That's a massive win. It's just gonna make this episode so much more epic. Really cool, man. Whoa, I love it. As we speak, another one just came out, like literally in front of my eyes. This is what they look like if they are newly born, I guess. Its wings still have to inflate. Silly. First thing it does is climb up and find a place to inflate its wings. They have to actually hang upside down to do this. This is why I added the sticks to the container. Oh, it's crawling out of the container now. That's a little bit unfortunate. Oh well, it'll find a place. Silly when they just emerged. Come on. Go find a spot to inflate your beautiful wings, my mate. Yes, there you go. Keep wandering around. Just climb up. The next generation I breed even more of them. Can we get crazier? I don't think I can take care of that many guys. It's not possible. Oop, mosquito. And more moths came out. How many eggs have the moths been laying, you guys think? If your answer is thousands, then you are correct. I have literally thousands of eggs. I have so many eggs that I started selling them online. That's right, I am shipping them to customers. There's actually special forums and websites where people trade eggs of certain moth species, and I've been doing that. I rarely sell actually. I prefer to exchange eggs with other breeders for other cool species. I'm not really in that for the money. I'm in it to get more species, but sometimes I also sell them for money, or I trade them just with close friends. And sometimes people on my Patreon also exchange eggs with me. Because they donated to my channel, so they get the first pick. Anyway, we got some more moths today. Before I show them to you, I do want to show you that. So first of all, many of the moths are now really starting to die of old age, and I have to collect the dead ones. Saddest thing about breeding moths is the short lifespan that they have, really. Arctia caja, the Garden Tiger Moth, they live for, well, at its shortest, maybe 5 days, and at its longest, maybe 14 days. Most of them live for about 2 weeks. It depends on the temperature. If it's warm, they die faster. The males have a shorter lifespan than the females, but if you're breeding these moths, don't be surprised if like in 1 or 2 weeks time your moths will be dead. That's just how it is. What it looks like. Let's see, are you alive? So this one is still alive. So what do I do with the dead ones? Actually nowadays I sell them to insect collectors. There's a lot of people who collect insects nowadays. It's a fancy thing to do on the internet. Oh, this one is absolutely dead, I think. It's still moving a little bit, but it's about to die. Now, you know those people who frame moths and insects and like to have them for their living room? If I sell the moths who die of old age, actually it's a more ethical alternative in my opinion. Because these have not been killed. I mean, you can see it in this video. I don't kill these ones, they just die naturally of old age. I sell them online. Some people, they frame them for their insect collection. And as a result, they have ethical moth specimens that didn't have to be killed for a collection. I do want to say I am not ethically opposed to killing insects for collection. You may be surprised to hear that. I think it's fine if you are an insect collector to take specimens of certain species. But I prefer when this happens for research, you know, or educational purposes. I like it less when people kill moths just to make them into decoration. I don't like that a lot, if you ask me. You know? Because it's kind of a waste. You're killing something just to make it like a nice decoration in your room. That's not the best. If it's collecting just to make a scientific bug collection, then I think it's okay actually. I've done it myself. There's a controversial video where I had to study moths and had to euthanize some of them. I don't like it. I'm not a killer that enjoys killing things, but yeah. It is what it is, you know. The study of entomology does require us to take specimens. Actually, most of them are alive. I don't know why I assumed that they were dead. It's because they look old. I found one here that's dead, so I'll take this one out. It gave his life. Let's see if the rest... Well, the rest seems to still have some energy. so that's good, I guess. Every day I'm getting some new moths. I really love this, guys. I really love this. Oh my gosh, I think I just got a really gorgeous, yes, a gorgeous rare yellow form female. Oh, that's wonderful. I do love this yellow form, guys. It's so unique. It's rare. It's a shiny Pokemon. It's what? Take a good look at it. Like, there's not much footage of these online. I mean, even pictures of them are kind of rare, let alone video. Many more moths, and they're looking healthy. They're looking fine. Here are some of our newest additions today. Looking fine. Looking really fine. I love you. This video is part of a project in which I wanted to raise more moths from Europe. Poke, poke, poke. Show me your hind wings, beauty. On my YouTube channel I often promote exotic species from foreign countries and tropical rainforest. So I decided I want to show more moths from my home country, the Netherlands, and this was really one of the most important species I wanted to show off. Let me show you your beautiful hind wings. Don't worry, guys, I know exactly how to touch them without hurting them. Doesn't hurt them, just making them pose. Wow, such a cool species. You gotta love it, you gotta love it. So cool. My little cows, that's what they are. In a few days time, I just know it, I will be collecting the dead ones. Very morbid thought, but it's the truth, friends. I mean, I already started today. The rest still seems alive, but some of them are getting really old. It's time for some special updates. So I thought I would prepare my special limited edition Garden Tiger Moth mug. Oh, I made it myself using my own pictures of these moths. See, it even has the yellow form that I raised. It's amazing what you can do on the internet. Like, these are literally the same moths. I designed and printed this before the moths even died of old age. We do have some updates, which is more moths coming out. Hey, look at that. Looks like we have another. Looks like we have another rare yellow form. That's really cool. Look, it's you. It's your family on this mug. I designed it. Do you like it? Huh? I hope that at some level of consciousness the moths can appreciate this. Probably not. They're just an insect. But who knows, right? Man can dream. Look, it's your brothers and sisters, and it's your family. Now, I only kept a small amount of the babies for myself. You guys have seen how many garden tiger moths I've already raised in the beginning of this video. I want the whole life cycle on camera, so I'm gonna do another generation, so you can see all the life stages. But if you're wondering why I suddenly have less moths in the second generation, well, it's because I sold most of them away to other moth breeders. But I'm gonna raise some of the eggs I kept for myself into moths now, so let's see what happens. My god, this is the best commercial ever. Ah, it's so cute! It's so cute! Look at that, it's my moths. It's my moths next to the mug I designed. I'm sorry, this is off topic. I don't like to distract the video. Let me show you some updates that I got today, because I do have some. You see, I didn't come here to show you just this awesome mug, but I also come here to show you something else. You see, folks, we had eggs of this species that I collected a few weeks ago. And because of the warm weather, the eggs are already starting to hatch. They can hatch really fast. It takes about 7 to 10 days. Sometimes 14 if it's colder weather. But I just want to show you the babies. It's the first part actually, there's many more who are coming. Here's the petri dish with eggs. Well, it used to be a petri dish with eggs, but what it's become is a petri dish full of small caterpillars. Jeez, look at that. Do you see that? This, my friends, is essentially a swarming mass of moth babies. Baby garden tiger moths. Maybe we should shake it up just a little bit. Be careful though. Oh yes, look at them. Just to prove to you. So this is what the babies look like when they are newborn. As you can see, they are very small right now. Very, very small. And this is going to be hundreds of babies. So what do we feed them? Because they can eat nearly any plant. So what I do is I just pick some dandelion leaves. There you go. Place it on the sides. Some more dandelion leaf. It's one of their favorite plants. Place it right there. They can start feeding. And hopefully they will wander into this bigger enclosure around them from the petri dish. There you go. This is enough for now. They are still very small. And then next I put on the lid. So these are start eating. This is generation 2. Other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to sell some eggs. I've said it before, but sometimes I do selling and trading of species online. There's a small hobby scene for it. A small market, no, more or less. And I'm going to show you how to do that, because actually I figured I've actually in my videos rarely show people how to send eggs of species and trade them with other people. So I'll show you how people like me do that. Species, it's important to ship the eggs after they've been laid. These are just the eggs that have been laid today. This is the crazy volume of eggs that I get every single day. They are literally laying thousands. I'm not exaggerating when I say thousands, it's literally thousands. Not a hyperbole. You see, I think one female can lay like 200 eggs or something. I never counted, but I think we have one female. It's like at least over 100 eggs, okay? Now I raised about 70 of these buggers. Of course, I haven't counted how many of them are females. Statistically, if half of them are females, then it's like 35 times 100 or more, you know? Times 200. Even if not less than half of my moths are females, like a quarter of them, that's still over 1,000 eggs. Dang. That's still 1,500 eggs. So, yeah, I need to sell these. Typically, I'm not a seller who sells species online. I like to... My brand is about information. I sell guides, I sell books, I sell videos. That's what I do. I make guides, tutorials. That's what I make money with. Not with selling live animals. But today is an exception. Because this is more than I can handle, folks. This is just way too much. I need help with this. Oh, you probably may have guessed, I don't just make these mugs for myself. If you think this thing is cool and you want to have one as well, check out my Etsy shop. This is where I sell stuff like this. You can consider it merchandise. Instead of selling my viewers shitty Chinese earphones, AirPods that break, you know, or freaking BetterHelp, which is a scam, you know, trying to profit of people who have psychiatric issues, peddling online therapy. I instead, or like, if you think this mug is cool, you would have guessed it. I don't just design them for myself, but my fans and viewers can buy them online in my Etsy web shop. That's right, folks, check out my Etsy. And you can buy this mug I designed myself with my own pictures for yourself. And other designs too. That's right, consider it channel merchandise. This is Bart Coppens merchandise. This is the stuff I like to design. I think it's cute. I like doing it. You know, it lets my creative side out. Also, it's much better than trying to sell a shitty game like Raid Shadow Legends, which is basically introducing gambling and predatory microtransactions to an audience of young people. Of these shitty earphones, you know, that every YouTuber tries to sell to their audience that are like terrible quality and break down, or selling sponsorship with BetterHelp, which is essentially a scam. It's predatory and it preys on people with depression or people who need psychiatric help. Don't listen to those YouTube sponsorships. No, this is stuff I made myself. I designed myself. It's all in my control. And you'll be supporting my channel that's demonetized. I don't make a single cent from these videos, guys. Nothing. Zero. Except for the stuff that people donate or the funds that I raise when I sell stuff like this that I design. Anyway, let me show you how I'm gonna ship these eggs and what's gonna happen with this bloodline of moths. Hey, if you're interested in this mug, go to my Etsy webshop. I really need to promote my Etsy. It's something special. I design a lot of this stuff myself. And running this channel is financially very, very, very difficult. So if you buy something from my Etsy, you are supporting me and my show. And I know you want this mug. Let's move on. Selling and trading moths online, is it ethical? What about protected species? What about invasive species? Guys, if it's done ethically and legally, it's a wonderful and great hobby that I can only promote. I promote doing it safely. I had so many eggs of this species. I really had to sell and trade some of them online. A lot of people ask me, where do I sell these eggs? Well, there's websites for it, such as arctias.de. You have to make an account to access the marketplace. But that's actually where I obtain most of my species. It's highly recommended. But there's also other websites which I'm not gonna advertise, because this is a breeding video, not advertising where to buy moths video. But I also trade eggs with other moth breeders. If you are a moth breeder and you're watching this video, you think, wow, I would like to exchange species with Bart. It's possible someday. If you have interesting species to offer me for my channel, I would be very interested. Anyway, so what I did is I started trading the eggs online, and I also traded them for other species. Yes, behind the scenes, I actually sell and trade plenty of species. There are small communities for selling and trading moth eggs online. I'll show you two important websites. The website arctias.de and Time to Breed are two places where you can order moths online. But actually there's many more options. Just two suggestions. Eggs can be shipped in regular letters in the regular mail, or in plastic coin cases. Eggs are sold for money or traded for eggs of other species. I often prefer to trade species. Make sure that if you trade insect species online that it is ethical and legal. The Garden Tiger Moth is not protected in my country and I'm allowed legally to breed and trade them. It is also a native species to my country. But I also breed exotic moth species sometimes. If you ever trade exotic species, then please be responsible. Yes, behind the scenes I'm often shipping letters with moth eggs. Finished, and now they're going into the mail. Now what's really cool is I traded some of these eggs for other species that I didn't have. And I actually managed to obtain new species of tiger moths. I really like tiger moths and I want to raise more of them. So let me show you some of the other species that I recently obtained. I'm breeding them behind the scenes. And here are some of the new species that I have obtained. First of all, Hypercompe caudata, a very fascinating species of leopard moth from the United States. It's my first time breeding them ever, and I hope the breeding project is going to work out. If it does, then you're gonna see a video of them on my channel in the future. Fingers crossed. Another rare species that I've obtained is Arctia aulica. It's another rare species of Arctia. In fact, it's considered to be quite endangered nowadays, and breeding this species would really help to bring some attention to this fascinating and underrated species on my channel. Wow, I traded all of this for the eggs of Arctia caja, the garden tiger, with other moth breeders. I've also obtained eggs of the Chinese moon moth Actias dubernardi. This is a species that I've already raised on YouTube several times before. But they are so beautiful I just cannot stop breeding them, to be honest. It's really worth the effort, the time and the attention. It's magnificent. And these are just some species that I have traded for the eggs of the yellow Garden Tiger Moth. And more moths came out. It looks as if I'm literally going to have thousands of offspring. There's 2 containers here containing eggs of the species Arctia caja. And what we have here is an empty container. Classic Bart method. Gonna add paper towel. That's how I learned to raise moths. Gonna add some dandelion and plantain leaf. They really like those plants, and release more babies in there. It's just container with eggs number 1 that are starting to hatch. These are hundreds of small little babies that need a new home. Wow, that is crazy if you ask me. Top of that, here we have another container with more Garden Tiger Moth eggs. Oh dear. They've already eaten all the leaves, that's how many we've got. It's quite concerning. Some of them here on the side are probably ready to shed their skin already. That's when they gather in these groups and sit still for a while. But yeah, it's clear the army of moths has started to escalate fast, I know that much. This is going to be an insane amount of larvae. And then the moths started to die. Let's collect some of the last ones. The last moths have come out and I'm just really collecting them at this point. Yes, we can see that many of them are in fact dead. Let me collect them and some of the eggs. There you go. Now a lot of people ask me, what do I do with the dead moths? I even sell them online nowadays because collectors want them. Even if they died of old age, even better. So, forgive my weird looking hair. Okay, it just came out of the shower. Yep, I shower sometimes. You would be shocked and surprised to learn that. So, many of them have died. Collecting dead moths. Oh, hi buddy, you're still alive. So here in the back there's a lot of them that are essentially not moving anymore. Yep, selling these online to collectors who don't mind that they have imperfections because they died of old age. So if you think about it, it is more ethical and sustainable in a way. These 2 have died during lovemaking, which is very unusual. They're literally still attached to each other. They died during an act of passion, I guess. Decided to raise the 2nd generation in a pop-up cage. Just me putting some of the babies in the cage. A few days later, let's check back. And even more moths came out. Which, if you're a fan of moths and you're a fan of this channel, you will love this footage. Rearing the babies of this species can be done in a number of ways. You can use plastic boxes. I like to use a net cage right now because at this stage in their life it's good to keep them a little bit dry and ventilated. Now I actually did something very innovative. I brought dill from the supermarket. Yes, actually I'm wrong, this is not dill, this is basil. Stupid Bart. Get your herbs and vegetables right. Now, this is basil and you can buy it from a pot in the supermarket in my country. People like to add it to their food fresh. So I've had this in their cage. And it works! They're feeding on it, they like it. Zoom in on the basil, we may just see some of the caterpillars feeding right now. Sure you remember how many of them I had. We have to be careful because they drop themselves to the floor if they are even mildly threatened. Which is not a problem because it's a native species to my country, so if a few of them escaped, it wouldn't be an ecological disaster. But, you know, I'm trying to raise these in captivity, so yeah, it's counterproductive to let them escape. There's quite a few of them that I got in here. They like to hide themselves mostly on the underside of the leaf, so it's, maybe if I carefully flip the leaves over. Are there more of them? Oh yeah, there's a lot of them, but I have to be really careful. Now, who would have thought that they would like basil? The answer is me. I thought that. Because Arctia caja are basically, they're the pigs of the moth world, in the sense that they will eat almost anything. I'm not joking when I say that. You've seen how many plants I gave their parents. Yeah, the order is a bit messed up in this video. We started with fully grown caterpillars and then they turned into moths and now we have babies. Usually my videos are very straightforward, from egg to caterpillar to cocoon to moth. And it ends the cycle, and I hope people hope it's not an issue that I'm doing it in the reverse this time. This time we started from big caterpillar to moth to small caterpillar. So anyways, there you go. Anyway, I'm sure that we all witnessed together in this video the stupid amount of plants this species can eat. This is one of those species that will eat almost anything, so, and that actually applies to many, actually not every tiger, but many tiger moths from the Palearctic world, from the Palearctic realm. Tropical tiger moths for some reason tend to be more specialist when it comes to feeding, like when you go to the rainforest in Brazil, South America, they tend to be more specialized on singular host plants. But European and even North American, if you include those tiger moths from actually temperate parts of the world, tend to be more polyphagous. We'll talk about that evolutionary survival strategy later in the video. But I don't want to make it too complicated for my viewers. The point is, yes, these things, you can feed them so much. You can give them cherry, you can give them apple, you can give them plantain, you can really raise them on cabbage and lettuce, you know what I'm saying? You can raise them on willow. You can raise them on sweet gum if you want to. You know, you can raise them on clover. So there's a good chance if you're watching this video and you want to raise this moth species, there are going to be suitable plants for you in the area. You can just pick random plants and see what they like, and there's a good chance that they will feed on something. Now, in this cage there's a lot of leaf litter and old stuff and paper. It looks very messy, but actually I did it on purpose. The caterpillar of these species are ground dwelling, so they actually like to have things to hide themselves in. Yes, it makes it more difficult to clean. Many of them are hiding here on the floor. Alright, so if you zoom in, here we see whole swarms of babies. See that? Those are all hiding in the leaf litter. And they have fresh basil to feed on when they get hungry. So I should say that right now most of them are living a pretty good life. Now, I didn't keep all the eggs for myself because I literally had thousands of eggs. I could have raised all of them, but that would be an incredibly full-time job, which would be very difficult and frustrating. So I made some money from selling the eggs. I rarely do that, but sometimes I will. I have too many of one species. You can use this hobby to make money. I'm not in it for the money, by the way. I mean, yeah, I use my YouTube channel to make money. It's my part-time job. It's but I'm trying to shy away from selling animals, you know. I don't want to be like some kind of exotic pet farmer, you know. I'm not somebody who wants to have like a pet store or a web shop selling cocoons and eggs. I want to sell my knowledge. That's what I want to. I want to write books, I want to write guides, I want to write articles and make videos. That's the kind of person who I want to be and what I like to make money from. Of course, it's always great to trade eggs with other insect breeders, you know, to share livestock. I do that. I exchange species with other people all the time. But not like on a massive commercial scale or anything. It's different. Anyway, it looks like the second gen of Garden Tiger are doing well, so that's good. I hope you guys will love this episode. You guys have been begging me to raise this species like for at least 7 years to make MothCycles episodes, so it's finally happening. Hope you guys are excited. A few weeks later, the babies were growing larger using my new method. They are still small, but their appetite is increasing. They're eating all the plants. If the Garden Tiger Moth is a favorite species of yours, then you're in luck, because more and more moths kept coming out. It was incredible. Ah, I'm an ugly old man. But that's okay. I have clout. That makes up for all my other personality flaws. Guys, there's many ways to raise this species, Arctia caja. Personally, my personal preference, my personal opinion, okay, is I really like to raise the caterpillars on, you have to be careful, on potted plant for several reasons. Most obvious reason is potted plant doesn't dry out so easily. It doesn't have to be replaced all the time. You just have to keep the plant alive, and so long as the plant is healthy, the larvae will be feeding on it. So it's a much more useful method. But you can also raise the babies in plastic box. A lot of people prefer that, actually. Only downside is you need a constant supply of potted plant, because after a few weeks it looks like this. This is what it looks like when everything has been eaten. And then you have to replace it. Personally, I go to the supermarket where they sell actually organic basil in pots. I'm very happy for that. Make sure there is no pesticide or the caterpillars can die. But also I sow my own seeds of plants sometimes. And there are some very easy to grow plants like clover that are basically fodder for animals. So yeah. Now folks, some of you may be wondering what is the current state of things. And I'm very ready to show you the current state of things. So, here we have some of the caterpillars. And as we can see, they have actually somewhat gained in size over time. The thing about the Garden Tiger Moth Arctia caja is the first instars. They can grow very slow. Like these small caterpillars can take ages to grow a few inches. But eventually their speed really catches up. So I don't think that we are currently at the point where the speed starts to catch up yet. But there is usually a breaking point where the caterpillars get hairy. It's usually around the 4th instar. That's when they become insane feeding machines. Aha! Here is one of them actually. So this is typically the size that they need to get to when they get like these orange hairs. This is the size they need to get to. And that's when like the growth really starts to catch up in speed, right? Gosh, this camera is not cooperating today as usual. Oh well. It's tricky to film small animals like these. We can see a big difference in the size. Some of them are much smaller than their brothers and sisters. That's actually kind of normal for this species, so don't worry. If you have some caterpillars that are growing much slower than the rest, it's actually fine. It's complete for this species, for Arctia caja, it's completely normal. So there's no need to worry. All of them eventually will keep growing and gaining size until they become like these decent little caterpillars. Actually, the one that we started the videos with. Ooh. Sorry, this is awkward footage, guys. Filming these tiny ones is always so much more challenging than the big ones. You know, I don't really have like macro camera equipment, so I'm just praying that my zoom just works out. Anyway, basil seems to be a good food plant for them. But as you could have seen earlier in this video, these are Arctia caja are the pigs of the moth world, in the sense that they have an incredible appetite for an incredible diversity of plants. So yeah, guys, the average size of most of my caterpillars looks like this. Still very small, but I think some of them are like at the cusp of getting their growth spurt very soon. And I'm excited to see that happen. We're actually going to end with less caterpillars than we started the video with, because I gave most of the eggs away. Like, I literally sold the eggs. I sold them to other breeders. I literally had thousands of eggs, and I wouldn't be able to raise that much for a YouTube video. So, for the YouTube fans watching this, who watch all my videos, who watch all my uploads, there's not many of you, because not that many people care about moths. It's not a popular subject, guys. If you want to get millions of views on YouTube, make videos about Minecraft, or Fortnite, or Call of Duty, but not moths. You could even make a channel about ants or tarantulas. Those are invertebrates and insects that people like a lot more. But moths and butterflies, nah. There's only a handful of channels who have any sort of small audience. And the other channels, they are almost non-existent. They get like 200, 300 views per upload, which is pathetic. A healthy channel should get at least 1,000 to 2,000 views per video, and that's in the low range, by the way. Like, big YouTubers get 10,000 per video or more, or 100,000. But yeah, if you're a moth or butterfly YouTuber, life is not easy, my friend. Life is difficult to promote something so specific. But to those people who watch all my videos and all my uploads, this episode is actually a little bit unusual, because we are ending up with less moths than we started with. And usually it's the reverse. Usually I start these videos, these MothCycles episodes, with like 20 eggs or 30 eggs of one species. And then I raise all the eggs, and then the moths mate. And while I started with a small amount of eggs, I end up with a lot of eggs and caterpillars, thus creating a larger second generation. Because the point of breeding moths and butterflies is to create more of them than what you started with. You want to increase their numbers, not decrease their numbers, right? Well, in this case, things are going different. I started the video with an insane army of caterpillars. Let me tell you something, Arctia caja is a feeding machine. I forgot how many moths we actually raised. I don't think I ever really counted. But I think we raised over 50 of them at the start of this video already. Maybe more, maybe like 70 of them. And while it was fun, it was insanely demanding. And then when I got those thousands of moth eggs, I was really like, no, I am not going to be able to handle this. It's too much. This hobby is supposed to be fun, light-hearted, entertaining and educational. And raising thousands or hundreds of garden tiger moths is not fun. It's exhausting labor. So I gave most of the eggs away. I sold them online to other breeders. I traded them for different species. And yes, there's actually websites where you can sell and trade moth eggs online. There's plenty of people who do it. And I just did that. And this episode is fundamentally different. Because we started with a large amount. And here I think maybe this is like 30 caterpillars that I kept for myself. I gave most of them away. And I don't regret it. But some of my viewers will have to get used to this idea, you know. Because in the beginning of the video I'm pretty sure that I had more moths than I will be able to produce of the second generation. And that's fine. That's the way I wanted it. I just want to complete one full life cycle to prove to you guys, like look guys, this is the proof. The ultimate proof that I know how to breed this species. MothCycles is a breeding tutorial, kind of web series. I make breeding tutorials on several butterfly and moth species, and how many I raise of which species actually doesn't matter as long as we get the full life cycle, right? So as long as it's a legitimate tutorial of how to breed them. But just so you know, I gave most of the eggs and cocoons and, well, the eggs mostly away to reduce my numbers because I wouldn't be able to raise that many caterpillars again. It's so time consuming. So yeah, we're raising a smaller amount, so this second generation, but that's fine. As long as we're getting that whole life cycle in there. If you live in Europe, guys, this is a must breed species. Must breed. They are fantastic to study and observe. Things are looking really good here though. Like, let's remove the cage from the background so we can see them more clearly. Look at how many caterpillars there are. I actually don't know how many eggs I kept for myself. But even the eggs that I kept for myself, I gave most of the caterpillars away when they hatched. So I didn't film all of that. I did show myself sending some letters with eggs, I guess, to drive the point across to my viewers. Like, look, I'm selling most of them. And yeah, there is a small market for it actually. People can make money with breeding moths if you are talented at it. Personally, I'm not in it for the money, but I like to exchange eggs and cocoons with other breeders to get more species, really. It's kind of like Pokemon, you can kind of trade them online. Anyway, I am not one of those exotic pet owners with a commercial interest. I do not farm animals for money. I'm not a moth farmer. I'm not a moth poacher or smuggler. I really like to, I guess what I like to do is make educational content. And I try to make a living from that. And it's much more sustainable in my opinion. Because if you are selling individual animals, it sucks the fun out of it, right? It means you just have to mass produce and mass breed animals for financial gain, and that sucks, in my opinion. No offense if you are somebody who likes to do that, but for me, I know. It becomes mass production. And I am very spirited, very motivated. You know, I really, really love butterflies and moths with all my heart. They are my favorite subject to talk about, my favorite animals. This hobby is my favorite thing to do in the whole world. Because I am really curious about these animals, I want to learn about them. I want to promote them. And if I could make a living from making videos like this, I would be super happy. It would be like a dream come true. But I'm not trying to farm them and sell all the eggs and cocoons for financial gain. I'm trying to make a living from books, guides, articles, scientific research, and my YouTube channel, YouTube videos, my website. I try to sell knowledge, guys. I want to make money from knowledge. Not from selling the bodies of these animals, if you know what I mean. One remarkable thing about this species that you may have seen in this video is how many plants they can eat. Like right now I have them feeding on basil, basilicum. But man, you've seen me feed them dandelion, nettles, cherry, sweet gum. Like I've been throwing everything that I got at them and they're eating everything. They're eating all the plants. They even ate ragwort, a pretty toxic plant, but they love it. So yeah, this species is very good to breed at any time of the year. You can even breed them in winter if you know how to, I guess, skip the hibernation phase of this species. There's tricks for that, such as keeping them warm under broad light, under a lamp, or just, you know, sometimes warm indoor temperatures will prevent them from hibernating, and you can keep breeding them in all seasons. And there's always plants that you can find to feed them, because they eat almost anything. I am very pleased with all of this, and I'm hoping we can just produce a handful of moths, really, from the second generation. I don't need to have hundreds of moths again. We already had that in the beginning of the video. I just want to raise a small amount right now just to prove a point. Like, look guys, I am capable of producing the whole life cycle from basically from moth to eggs back to moths and eggs. Just to show you guys, look, I can do the whole life cycle of Arctia caja. This is how to do it. And the number of moths is not important. Some people like to overemphasize it. That's why I like to, you know, give this disclaimer, because people do pay attention to that. I feel like I should add more plants, though. They are about to finish the basil, I think. It's not gonna last very long anymore. I've grown some nice dandelion in a pot. I think that's gonna be their next food, if I can fit it inside of their enclosure. Ah yes, dandelion. Dandelion. It's actually a French word, isn't it? It means lion's tooth. Dent de lion. C'est un mot français. Français, ce n'est pas difficile. Mais étudier la langue prend beaucoup de temps, non? Oui. Anyway, let's put it in. Français, ce n'est pas difficile, mais étudier la langue prend beaucoup de temps. La cœur a des raisons de les raisons ne connaît point. Let's see what we can do. This has to be done carefully, because I don't want to crush any of the little caterpillars. I have to make sure that there is enough space. If this thing will fit, web. I hope it has no weird bugs in it or stuff that's gonna... Yeah, it fits. It fits actually. Hope there's no nasty slugs and snails hidden in it, because I did grow it outside. Yeah, this should be able to feed my babies for at least a week or so. At least. If the Garden Tiger Moth is a favorite species of yours, then you're in luck, because more and more moths kept coming out. It was incredible. The biggest and best Garden Tiger Moth video that you can find on YouTube. You notice my clothing has started to change just because winter is coming. Yeah, it's October now, which means we're on the verge of autumn. And of course I have the seasonal flu. You can probably hear it in my voice. But I'm here to show you my babies. Well, let me take that count. First of all, their growth is really speeding up again. And once I put potted plants in their enclosure, It only takes them for a few days to totally strip it of all the leaves. Now, I told you this species eats so many kinds of plants. I'm personally a fan of using... Well, in the beginning of this video you saw me use stuff like freaking bramble, sweet gum, dandelions, and my camera is refusing to kind of focus for some reason. That's annoying. That's a lot better. Now it wants to focus, it wasn't cooperating. Anyway. So this is what the caterpillars are like now. I think they're starting to be almost fully grown again. So our second brood shall be a success. So this is what many of the caterpillars look like today. I'm actually getting some flashbacks to the beginning of this video. But this time we have significantly less. There's no way that I could raise that many a second time. That's why I gave many of the eggs away and sold them to my fans or customers who want to raise this species. And I only kept a small amount of eggs and caterpillars for myself. But yeah, I think this in the second brood, this is a lot of fully grown caterpillars, I think. So once again, we shall have some garden tiger moths very soon. Not gonna spend a lot of time dwelling on showing them to you, because you've already seen me raise a massive amount of them, but just to show you, yes, they're getting big again. For real though, if you are a beginner who wants to raise moths and who has no experience, this is such a good species to start with. Most of the time they are easy, and most of the time breeding them is problem free. The only exception really is when the larvae want to hibernate, but in a lot of cases this is optional. It can happen in captivity though that they want to hibernate, but you're not gonna see it in this video actually. Maybe I'll do another video hibernating this species in the future. But I'm not sure if I want to raise them again, because I raised this crazy huge number of them. I'm glad that I gave most of the eggs away, or sold them to other people. Even made me a little bit of money. If I had to raise like so many garden tiger moths again, I would go crazy. So yeah, it's nice to have a smaller second brood actually. It's more comfortable. But yeah, awesome species. Their growth has been alright, so there we go. I myself do wonder if we manage to preserve the rare orange trait in the second generation. The yellow or orange moths can be very hard to get sometimes. It happens randomly. It's genetic and it's inheritable. So if you get a rare color variation, you can continue to breed them actually. But let's check back later. Hey, Americans! If you're watching this video, I have a question for you. Hopefully you can help me answer it. Have you guys ever seen this species in the wild? Because I'm a man from Europe, I'm from the Netherlands. And the Garden Tiger Moth is one of the most iconic species of tiger moths from Europe. It is very widespread in Europe. It used to be, in fact, among some of the most common tiger moths that you used to see, but it has declined very strongly over the past decades. Despite this, it is still one of the more noticeable and widespread representatives of the tiger moths in Europe, of my continent, where I live. But the species isn't just only found in Europe, it's also found in Asia and North America. But supposedly in North America they have a unique subspecies, Arctia caja americana. I believe it's found even in Canada and the northern United States. But I'm surprised because this species seems to be in the United States more rare, more uncommon, and I think more restricted for some reason. And there's even some places in the USA with very distinct populations. I believe in the southern Appalachian Mountains there's even a population with very, very, very dark features that are very unusual. You'd almost think that they are a different species entirely. I put it on my phone. Let's see where this population is. I believe... Well, I think this is North Carolina. Mount Mitchell, for example. Or Virginia, the White Top Mountain. But this is just one population. They are more widespread in the USA. I'm just very curious. Because all the Americans that I talk to, they don't seem to care much about this species because I guess it's not as widely present in the USA as it is in Europe. So let's see how the babies are. Oh my god. So guys, the cage rearing was a success, but they make the cage disgustingly, atrociously nasty. I probably have to throw this away after I'm done with it. Because the stains and the mess they made are unspeakably gross. Guys, I'm sorry if I'm grossing you out. But this enclosure is ruined. I can throw it away after I'm done with this. So the larvae have been growing very well on potted basil, but they are shitting their brains out. I don't know if it's the food plant, but my god, this is a bit crazy. But what I really came to see is the cocoons, because yes folks, they have made more cocoons. Here's the first cocoons, can you see it? So basically we completed the cycle twice. And the ones that pupated, I'm gonna just collect them, like I did before. Whee! Remember this box? That's a deja vu, isn't it? Anyway, first pupa. Looks healthy, looks nice. Second brood in the same year. I'm just gonna do it the same. There's a saying, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Our previous method worked, so I'm gonna do that again. I also added some of these cardboard tubes to their enclosure, and if we look through it, we can see that the view is obscured by silk, because there are several caterpillars cocooning in here. Yeah, it may look awkward, but these are the cocoons. Let's point it up at the sky. Can you see that? Ugh. It may be hard to see, but that is silk that we're looking at here, with caterpillars inside of it that want to pupate. So I'm gonna take this and just place it in here. There must be at least 3 or 4 cocoons in it. And I found even more pupa. Second generation pupa seem to be smaller than the first generation pupa, but that's actually kind of normal. Over time moths tend to get smaller in captivity, which sounds crazy, but that's true. This is why it's important to add wild genes. Anyway, we're starting to have a nice collection. The stains in this enclosure are incredible. I hope my content doesn't gross out my viewers. Hope you guys don't click away, because you don't like to look at caterpillar goo. So rearing them in an enclosure has been a success. It has been a very easy method to breed them. But a big disadvantage is they seem to stain the enclosure, guys. Don't use white net cages, because they will be absolutely filthy. This species, my god. The caterpillars, they poop a lot. Now guys, it is not dirty, it doesn't smell. Caterpillars are inefficient when it comes to digestion. I think they literally shit out like 80% of the nutrients they consume. A lot of species, they rather than digesting their food very well, their strategy is just to eat a lot. So their digestive system is more adapted to processing a lot of food in a short time and getting the best out of it, rather than optimal digestion, I guess. Different survival strategy. Now, as you can see, there's more cocoons here, and I'm pulling them out right now. So it's looking good, actually. I think here on the bottom there's another cocoon. Now here in the corner there's also a cocoon, but I'm gonna leave it alone, the larva here has not pupated yet. And if the larva has not pupated, I recommend just leaving them alone. Alright? Because you don't want to disturb one during the pupating process. It's actually looking good so far, guys. Very good. Once again, I don't have as many as I used to in the first generation because I gave away most of the eggs and pupa. But I'm actually glad that I didn't raise this many caterpillars again. Although I hope that the rare yellow form is preserved in my second brood. I'm not sure, we'll see. Well folks, here's the proof that your boy Bart is very capable of raising many generations of Arctia caja in 1 year, in 1 season. Not that you needed any proof of that, I hope. But it's a very beautiful species. Very demanding, because they really eat a lot for their relatively small size, despite that they can eat more than a large moth. They're really hungry. And I found a method for rearing them that works, which is like on, you know, let me adjust the camera for a bit, on this potted basil that I buy from the supermarket, and they've been enjoying it. You can see in the first generation they were eating like just leaves of bramble and dandelion that I collected, and the second brood is enjoying their fresh basil, and the size seems to be alright. Like they don't seem to be stunted. So like, sorry. Yeah, so like the second brood larvae are looking healthy, if you ask me. This is what a healthy larva looks like to me. And they really have an appetite for this basil. Oop, and there it's taking a poop. The only downside of raising them on basil is it gives them the massive shits. Sorry for the language, guys. But it is what it is. I'm not saying the word shit to be immature or edgy like a high schooler. Like, we're dealing with animals, and animals do gross things. Animals, they have sex, they shit, they piss. I'm sorry, folks. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm being 100% serious. And I do have to say the basil, maybe it's because it has a high water content, it really make them stain their own freaking enclosures, which is really nasty. I hope people will not be turned off by this content and be like, oh, this Bart Coppens guy is kind of freaky. It's my fault. We didn't have this problem the first generation because I was using a plastic box. Plastic boxes are easy to clean. Problem is these white net cages, you know, they stain very easily. So that's a bit, it's not very nice looking. But that's okay, the larvae are almost finished. And once they are finished feeding, we can finally wrap this up and produce another brood of these beautiful tiger moths. I have one message to the world, folks. If the garden tiger moth is native to your region, give them a chance. They are a highly fascinating moth to study. And it's still a somewhat common species, but it also needs our attention, you know. Because despite still being common in the wild in many areas, they have suffered a strong and steady decline over the past few decades, which is concerning. And it concerns me greatly. I'm an online entomologist. I make videos about butterflies and moths because I care about these animals. I care about their future, their conservation. I think they are beautiful. I think they are complex. I think they are adorable. I think they are fascinating. I think they are important for the environment in ways that we often don't understand. But I also think that the value of life should not be measured in something we can quantify in terms of money or what it provides for us. I think life is something intrinsically worth fighting for. Sometimes we shouldn't have to explain ourselves why a species is useful because we want to protect or conserve it, right? It's the fact that it exists in the first place that already makes it warrant conservation, in my opinion. That's just how I see it. But yeah, moths are important for the environment, even if you ignore that. Wish more people knew that. Wish more people felt it. Wish more people cared about insects in general. But that's what I'm doing on my channel, you know. Hopefully this video will help. And hopefully the rest of my videos will also help to bring attention to this situation. Because we can't really afford to lose all of this. Alright, let's put the nasty buggers back. Shee. They're almost finished, really. It doesn't take long. Most are in the final life stage now. Many of them already pupated, and that is fantastic news. That is really fantastic news. Pupa of this species, folks, take a very short time. Give it 3 to 4 weeks, and you've got your moths. So that's really cool. As soon the life cycle was completed, more moths came out. Hello friends of the channel. I'm back with another update. Thank you for watching these super long videos. It means so much to me, from the bottom of my heart. You have no idea how tough it is to be a YouTuber with a moth channel. I know being a YouTuber is not that deep. It's a glorified hobby. I'm ambitious, alright. I'm trying to make this channel work. I'm fighting. And it's hard. Moths are not very popular animals, you know. It's hard to market them in a way that's entertaining for the masses. And to be honest, these long videos, yeah, this is a giant Garden Tiger Moth. I made it. Do you like it? These long videos are probably me shooting myself in my foot. Because let's be honest, how many people out there in the world are watching a 3-hour-long moth video about one species? If that's you, you are the 1%. Thank you, sincerely. But I'm not here to yap about myself and my stupid channel. I'm here to show you something. I'm actually quite pleased today. I opened... Ooh, yes, this is what I want to see. So I opened the pupal chamber. And I was greeted with several new moths of the 2nd generation. Well, this is not our first rodeo. It's our 2nd one, to be precise. Yeah, thing is, I just wanted to show my audience that we are capable of breeding several generations of these moths. So this is just to confirm. Let's poke it to pew pew poing 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 poing. See its color. All right. Seems that the first one to come out is a beautiful male of the red form. Amazing. I love this species so much. So much. They are so beautiful. Magnificent. And yes, I'm saying that in the same video in which I just raised dozens of them several months before, and this is the 2nd brood, 2nd generation, and I'm still just as stunned and impressed. This is a classic species. This is a beauty. My God. It is beautiful. God, I love this creature. Like, some of these moth guys, it's almost a religious experience how beautiful they are. I don't care if that sounds cringe. You know, at least I'm not imposing my religious experience on others, right? not telling others what they are and are not allowed to do with their life. Nope, just admiring Mother Nature. So let's see what else is here. I couldn't help but notice there's a second moth here. And we have to poke it. I'm sorry, but we have to poke these to see their true colors. Yeah. Sorry, poke, poke. Hey! It's a yellow form. Good news. It looks like I managed to preserve the poik poik. Sorry for the poking, poik poik, but it's necessary, poik poik. In all actuality, this is some really good news because it means that the yellow trait was preserved in my second generation. I may have said this before, but the yellow form, sorry guys, the yellow form of this species is actually exceptionally rare. They are rarely seen, poik poik poik. It's a small miracle that we had yellow forms in the first place, really. But it's even a bigger miracle that we even managed to bring some of them to the second brood. That's just a double win. Amazing, amazing. I wonder if we can get a pairing and do even another generation of them. If that happens, I'm not gonna film it again. Despite having different colors, it seems like they can get along well. I feel like humans have a lot to learn from that, in all honesty. I know, sounds like a silly, funny comment, but it's actually kind of depressing if you think about it. Anyway, I am so satisfied with this. I'm so happy right now. I can't believe I have a breeding video of this species plus the yellow form. I hope my fans are my true fans are gonna love this. My ride or dies, you know, my hardcore fans. Yes, you're gonna love this because you guys understand how rare the yellow form can be and how difficult it is to obtain it. This is a big, massive victory. Look, buddy, I found you one of your big cousins, huh? Yoik, yoik, yoik. Do you like it? Oh, look, buddy. I found you one of your big friends. Do you like it, buddy? I bet you do. I bet you do. Since you're an intellectual human being, which I know because you're watching my videos, so of course you're intellectual, you probably figured out that these moth pillows that I designed myself for my own pictures are available on my Etsy webshop. That's right. I know what you're thinking, Bart, shut up. Stop selling me things. No. It's in my blood. I'm Dutch, okay? We Dutch people. It's compulsive. Also, it's really cute. Also, it supports my channel if you order stuff from my Etsy. Which helps because it's really hard to make long videos like this one. And also, it's cute and soft. Who doesn't want a giant moth plushie? Gonna bring these back inside. I for one am excited to see the developments here. And we're gonna wait for the moths to come out. Yes. I haven't raised that many. I've raised like 12 or 13 of them, I think. It's because I was generous and I gave most of the eggs away. I sold and I traded them for other species. Oh well, it was worth it. I really wasn't gonna raise hundreds of them again. Let's see how they are doing. Don't you love tiger moths? I do. I love them. Before I make these videos, I actually tend to sit on a towel. Don't know if you notice it. That's how I prevent myself from getting wet in this time of the year. In summer I can sit in my garden, and autumn and winter I cannot because it's always a bit soggy. Unfortunately, those first moths have passed away from old age, but a bunch of more moths emerged. I'm just gonna spoil it. This time they're all the red form. Ah, too bad. I wanted to preserve that yellow form. But maybe more of them will come out. Let me show you the ones that I have today. Yes, we got ourselves 3 beautiful garden tigers today. Actually, I've got 2 males, I think, and a female, if I'm not mistaken. I think this one here is a male, this one is a male, I think this one here on top is the female. Let's just appreciate their... oh my god, guys, I can't help but marvel at them. I just think this species is so special to my heart. And just so you guys know, yes, the species is declining, and yes, it is concerning. No, they are not endangered. I would be lying to you if I told you they are endangered. They're still common in many places, but at the same time, these videos are always a good moment to talk, raise awareness for a species. A lot of people don't realize the things that we are losing in this world. And I think these kind of videos make a difference because it actually shows the species that people may not know that these live in your country, perhaps. And we should be passionate about protecting them. So yeah, now the garden tiger, it's I don't see them. They're not at risk of extinction or anything, They're not even rare. But they have vanished in many places where they used to be common. They've lost a lot of their former territory. I guess the real advantage that this species has is that it is just very widespread. You can find them all over Europe, all into Asia. So it will take actually a lot of damage for them to actually go extinct, but let's just say locally on a regional scale they are suffering, even though I don't see the species going extinct anytime soon. Still, we don't, it's not always about extinction, We shouldn't just get worried when something is gonna disappear forever. We should also be concerned if it simply declines. That's also not a good thing. It's not all or nothing, guys. Anyway, wonderful moths. I love this species. It's gorgeous. If you like the series MothCycles on my channel, then please leave a comment. I've noticed that the short versions of these long videos get a lot more views and attention. Perhaps these videos are too long. Should I continue making these long versions, or are they just redundant? It is something so uniquely special to this world. I love them with my whole heart. Logically speaking, they should mate and lay eggs, but in practice we don't know what happens, so let's check back later as always. I love it. And then I had eggs of the second brood. Hello folks, lovely day. Some more moths came out, really. Some of the earliest ones have already died of old age. I'm kind of skimming through this process because we've already seen most of it, so don't care to film every detail because it's already a super long video as it is. But let me show you some of the new ones I got. It does seem as if the moths have once again left us with some eggs, which I shall be collecting right now in this container. Yeah, we've done this before, right? We know the drill, my fans, don't we? So you can actually use your hand very carefully to take the eggs and collect them in here. Yeah, we've done this before. Let me just take the eggs. There we go. Sorry, this looks a bit awkward. There we go. Here you go, folks, more eggs. I'm hoping they are fertile. If so, I'm gonna have to give away many more eggs, really. Well, that's that. That's that. Got some more moths, including a yellow form female. I hope we'll get a male that wants to mate with her. Sadly, the male that we have right now is actually getting kinda old. There she is, folks. Another fully fledged yellow form female. Very cute. That's it. I'm gonna move through the video a bit quicker now. And of course the moths are pairing very well. These guys just don't stop. Yep. More of them coming out at the very end of this long video. Very cool. Good morning. Folks, these days I'm a working man. That's right. I'm about to go to work. Early in the morning, so I don't have good lighting. The sun didn't come up yet and I look terrible. I'm fat. But before I went to work I saw something interesting. The Arctia caja are once again mating in the dark. We've seen what this looks like, right? But it's one of those vlogs where I have to show whatever goes on. That's the principle behind MothCycles, right? So let me show you. Let me take this cam for a second. Also, I keep my animals indoors, guys. I just film them outdoors for better lighting. Some people on this channel are confused and think I keep them outdoors because I film them outdoors. No, it's because indoors, sorry, the light looks terrible on my camera. Also, I should shave. What the hell is that weird beard that I'm having? Sorry guys, this is shaky footage. Oops. Sorry about that. So here in the back we see two moths. Maybe we should shine some light on it. Yes. You guys see that? Sorry, bad lighting today. So here in the corner we can see that two of the moths are mating. It's when they are stuck together this way, you know? Sorry, it's just so difficult to film this right now. I just picked them up with my hands. I really don't care anymore. It's not a good idea to touch moths when they are mating because it can disturb the mating, but hey, I'm experienced. Also, I don't really care at the moment. You know, I've raised this moth. I've raised this moth species so many times at this point it don't really matter anymore if they mate or not. I think I've had my fill. Anyway, it looks like the bloodline will be continuing, of course, and let's hope I get more of that rare yellow form, if that's the case. But if not, guys, here is the official guide, the official MothCycles episode by Bart Coppens, the Moth King himself. Another life cycle completed. This is how you breed Arctia caja, the Garden Tiger. All we have to do is for the eggs to hatch, to get another brood, and then we've successfully done a whole generation. From caterpillars to moths, to eggs, to caterpillars to moths. This is a much requested episode. You guys have been asking me for many years, Bart, please, 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 can you do the Garden Tiger Moth? Well, here you go. Please enjoy. I'm gonna go to work now, but yes, they are mating, as you can see. A few days later, let's check back. I commend you for not being sick of me yapping about the same species for this long of a time. I for sure am not. That's why I channel all my energy in this channel. So let me show you how the moths are doing now. Good news to you is the yapping is almost over, because these are some of the last moths I have left. I don't know how many pupae I have left, but I think it's less than 2 or 3. So pretty soon we're gonna have to round up this video. Thankfully you guys will have the luxury to skip through the parts that you don't like personally. I wonder how many people are able to watch the full length of such videos. I'm probably shooting myself in the foot making insanely large vlogs like this. It's a lot of wasted energy, because most audiences don't want videos this long. But it's for the purists, you know. It's for the real, true moth purists like me. The good news is nowadays I make shorter versions of long videos. So if you're skimming through this video and you're like, Bart, this is too long, I cannot follow this, there will be a short version of all of this, so you don't have to sit through all my talking. But there is a small amount of people who like the full length. So yeah, these are some of the last moths. But we'll have 1 or 2 more, and that's then the end. A new pure yellow form emerged. So that's good. I've shown you so many yellow forms, it probably isn't that interesting anymore in this video. But I'll tell you this, it is rare, guys. A lot of people would die to see the yellow form in real life or in their collection. And I'm just casually breeding them like it's nothing. So and we do get more eggs ready to collect. Let me just, yes, with your fingers, if you're careful, you can take the eggs of this species. There we go. I don't think that all the females I have mated, but I do see signs of fertility in some of the eggs, so at least some of the females must have hooked up with a mate. And we at least observe it happen directly one time. I wasn't there to see it all of the times because I had to work. I have a job at the moment, so I'm not here every day to film what happens with my moths at 5 o'clock in the morning. But in that particular day I had just happened to catch a moment in which they were lovemaking. So that's guaranteed more or less fertility right there. So we're just gonna be patient, and yeah, I'm pretty sure we will have offspring. Very sure. Oops. The eggs hatched, completing the life cycle completely. Let me show you. Did I just say completing completely? Anyway, let's move on. Thank you guys for watching. Yes, I have short hair now. Yes, it's ugly, I know. The breeding project is officially finished, finito, this is the end. Our last moths are starting to die. And in fact, the last pupa of the last moth just hatched. Let me operate the camera. I'm sorry for the poor lighting conditions indoors, it's starting to become winter. And I just can't permit to film these insects outdoors anymore, because the cold will literally hurt them. The last moth to hatch before this video ends is actually a very strange one. This is the last individual to come out. I imagine maybe it was one of the weaker ones. It is what appears to be a yellow form. But to be honest, the wings are just misshapen, which doesn't really make this any great individual. It's a rather weak mildly deformed female, and I guess she's the last to come out of all her siblings. But yeah, this was the last pupa that I had, so it's literally over. It's the last one before we do the next generation. Some of the other moths of the parental generation have started to die of old age. They don't live very long. It's just natural. Most of them are kind of barely alive or not alive at all. Let me collect them for a second, alright? Yep, these are dead. That much is for sure. Rest in peace, brothers. You will be remembered. This one's actually still kind of alive, surprisingly. Kind of alive. Huh. Not for long. Yeah, I'm not gonna throw them away. I'll probably use these dead moths to make like an educational display. Now don't be afraid, because the next generation is already coming. So if you think that this is the end of me raising Arctia caja up, nope. It started again and again and again and again and again and again. That's what we do. See? Here they are again. These are small baby caterpillars, and they are feeding on the dandelion leaves. And we have many of them on the way. It's clear that they have a preference for dandelion over stinging nettle still. But yeah, look at that. Look at how many of these small caterpillars there are. These are just some of them. We are going to have many, 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 many. I mean it. We will have many. But I'm not going to film that. What is it? Now listen, guys. I'm not gonna film it because we already did it not once but twice in this video. Same species, same procedure. I'm not gonna raise them on basil again though. I didn't really like raising them on basil. I think it made a giant mess. I was not happy about that. I mean, it worked. It definitely worked, didn't it? But like the resulting mess is not something that I'm proud of. So next time I am definitely not inclined to use basil as a food plant. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not a bad food plant. But you can use many plants, so why stick to the one that creates a huge mess? In fact, I had to throw away the enclosure because it had so many stains on it. It was kind of gross. Yeah. This was the Arctia caja adventure with Bart Coppens, the Mothman of YouTube, the one and only. There's very few good quality moth channels on YouTube. Proud to be one of them. I've decided to end the video here. Thank you guys for watching. If you were ever thinking about breeding the Garden Tiger Moth Arctia caja, this is my breeding method. This is how I do it. And you can copy this method yourself and breed this wonderful moth. If you are an insect breeder who wants to create their own color forms, their own variations and varieties, this is actually a great species to start with, because they have a lot of natural variation. The spots on their wings and the color of their hind wings vary. There's people who made white forms, black forms, gray, intermediate, even, I mean, you name it, and it probably exists. It's fantastic. if kept warm, they have the tendency to not hibernate, which is another advantage. You can breed them indoor all year, but if you want, you can hibernate the larvae. I did not include a hibernation in this video because, in my opinion, hibernation makes things a lot more complicated. Hibernating caterpillars is actually kind of difficult. And they seem to have a facultative, not an obligate, but a facultative diapause hibernation. And provided enough light and warmth, the larvae simply do not hibernate. But it's possible if you want to film their natural cycle. It's not included in this video. Maybe I'll do a separate video about that with the next generation. Because right now it's December, and maybe I do want to hibernate these for next year, so I don't want to be breeding many of them in winter. But that's something for another episode. Thank you for watching. There's gonna be more videos about more species of tiger moth. I'm a little bit obsessed with them right now. I think tiger moths are extraordinary. And the species in Europe are really colorful. You know, so stay tuned for that. Yeah, and they are doing well. I'm raising multiple tiger moth species behind the scenes. Most species are not that difficult, with exceptions, of course. There are some pretty difficult ones. Thank you for watching. This was a much requested episode. At the end of MothCycles, we always have a little bit of a presentation about the biology and ecology of a species. I don't think it makes much sense to just breed moths for our entertainment and not learn anything about it. I think the point of having a pet and breeding insects, you know, is to learn about them. They're not exactly companion animals, for example. We want to get closer and more intimate with nature, the environment and ecology. So without further ado, let me tell you about the Garden Tiger Moth and its fascinating biology. I hope you guys don't click the video away and that some of you will actually listen to this part, which is very important. Arctia caja, let's go. Thank you guys for watching this amazing breeding project of the Garden Tiger Moth, Arctia caja. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed doing it. I love these moths, they are special species to my heart. Now in MothCycles, at the end of each episode, we go into the biology of each species to learn something more about them. Because I kind of think that it's a waste to breed species in captivity and not learn about them. One of the reasons why people breed moths in captivity is to have an intimate way and close way of observing them and learning about them. I think breeding insects in captivity is a wonderful and sometimes educational hobby that allows us to see these creatures that are very important up close in a way that we normally wouldn't in the wild. A lot of things have been discovered because of people who breed moths in captivity and document everything. So now I would like to talk about the biology of Arctia caja. Let's start the presentation, and after that there will be a little bit of yapping, and at the end of the show, stay tuned for the next segment. Aha! Welcome back to another episode of MothCycles. If you are watching this, you are the elite. You are the VIP. Because not many people are willing to learn about moths. And not many people are willing to watch such long moth videos that are so in-depth. But you are, my dear viewer. And today we are covering a classic species, the Garden Tiger Moth or Arctia caja. A special species of moth that my fans have requested an episode of for many years, and it's finally here. This species is easy to breed, friendly for beginners, and highly fascinating. If you follow my tutorial, I think you can breed them as well. It is one of the first species that will teach you about intraspecific variation and a good beginner species of anyone interested in tiger moths. Today we shall talk about its biology and ecology in depth. So where is this species found anyway? Now here is a very rough distribution map that I took from the website iNaturalist. Now keep in mind that this is not the most accurate map in the world. since it relies on amateurs observing and recording the species online. But it's the best map that I could find in a short amount of time. Observations may be overrepresented in populous areas and may be underrepresented in remote areas, or countries where the website iNaturalist is simply not popular to use. In developing countries, for example, a lot of moths are underrepresented since less people have time, technology or resources to document moths online. But one thing here is clear. Arctia caja has a northern Palearctic or Holarctic distribution extending into Scandinavia in Europe, Siberia in Asia and Alaska in North America. If we look deeper, we can see that they are also found on the eastern half of the United States of America, from northern California to Utah and Nevada to Colorado to the southern parts of Canada into New York and the Canadian territories of Labrador and Nova Scotia. But where the species is perhaps the most abundant is Europe. Arctia caja is very common in Europe, and Arctia caja ranges across almost all of Europe, perhaps with a few exceptions, such as southern Spain and the most northern parts of Scandinavia. Then it is found through Russian Siberia, well into temperate Asia, including the Far East, Korea, Japan, northern China, small parts of Turkey, Mongolia and Kazakhstan, and the Caucasus Mountains. The populations near the Himalayas, like Pakistan, are potentially different species to be described. A few were recently found to be new species, such as Arctia martinhoneyi, a moth that I also made a video about. You may want to check that one out. In North America, it occurs from Labrador and Nova Scotia to New York, west to Minnesota, and across southern Canada to British Columbia, plus south in the west to Colorado, Utah, Nevada and northern California, where the species is widely distributed across Canada, extending southwest west of the Cascades and through the Rocky Mountain region at low elevations. In western Oregon, it is common in coastal grasslands near the ocean, coastal rainforests, mixed hardwood forests, and wet prairie. East of the Cascades, it occurs in low elevation, wet meadows, along creeks and rivers, in disturbed agricultural areas and even urban areas. Clearly the species is very widespread worldwide, and it can be found in most of the temperate regions of planet Earth, in the Old World and the New World, where this very adaptable species is found in a variety of habitats. Let me tell you about the habitat of this cool species then. Arctia caja is found in many places. This species is found in, among other places, meadows with rich herb layers. The species can also be encountered in fens and moist areas. It is also found in the sand dunes, in open woodland or woodland clearings. They are also found in parks and gardens, especially ones that have abundant vegetation, hence the name Garden Tiger Moth. And any humid places such as riversides, lakesides, swamp, moorland, bogs. Wow! Such a wide variety of environments and habitats. Wow, it makes the species seem a bit of a generalist. However, the species is not a complete generalist. They do have some demands that we can recognize in the habitats that they are typically found in. First of all, the species prefers places with a rich herb layer. What is a herb layer, you ask? Aha! A herb layer is dominated by low-growing, herbaceous, often soft-stemmed, plants such as grasses, ferns, wildflowers. Examples of plants you could find here are, for example, stinging nettles, violets, ragwort, carrot, parsnip or mint. This is important, and we will get to this later as well, because caterpillars of this species mostly browse on various herbaceous plants. Another thing the species prefers is more moist environments. Swamps, riversides, damp meadows, And even though sand dunes don't seem to be very moist at first glance, there can be in some instances. Dune sands are highly permeable, with good drainage, and tend to create a dry environment, but often also have moist to wet depressions, especially often seen in coastal dunes, for example, where one could expect to find more populations of the garden tiger moth. Generally speaking, the species likes a humid environment. Humidity and moisture is important. Next to that, they also prefer cooler environments. Examples of cooler environments are generally shaded areas, such as forest edges, dune hollows or blowout, mountains or higher altitude places in general, and places with humidity and rich vegetation to provide shade. Lastly, it also prefers open environments. The garden tiger moth likes places with plenty of herbaceous plants and cover of vegetation, but it does not appreciate completely forested or overgrown environments dominated by woody plants. In this regard, the species does have its own set of requirements in order to thrive. Herb layer, open environment, humid and cool is their best habitat. The garden tiger moth has one generation per year. The insect overwinters in the larval form. The moths are generally seen between June and September, although this is a generalization indeed, since the local flight time depends on the latitude and altitude, so if this data is not entirely accurate where you live, that's possible depending on where you live. In parts of Europe, Asia and North America they have slightly different habits. The species, however, has generally one brood per year. The moths seem to appear in summer, from June to September in most places. In this time of the year, the moths mate and lay eggs. The eggs hatch, the young larvae feed from summer into autumn, and then winter happens. In winter, the larvae of this species hibernate. It explains why they are so hairy and furry. In spring they resume feeding, and around spring and summer the larvae mature. They then pupate, and the next summer transform into beautiful garden tiger moths. Let's take another look at the map. The distribution of the garden tiger moth is interesting if you think about it. It's a widespread species in cooler temperate climates. Yep, it's even present in North America, Asia and Europe. We went over the details before. Specifically, it's found almost everywhere in Europe, apart from southern Portugal and Spain it seems, throughout Central Europe into northern latitudes in Scandinavia. And, well, I'm repeating myself, it's found in Russia, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, parts of Turkey, potentially Afghanistan, potentially Pakistan, although these may be different species, as I mentioned before, into the far east of Russia and temperate Asia, including Japan, Korea and northern China. Species even found in North America and Canada, which is a fact that not many people know. The distribution of this species is what we would call holarctic. The whole Arctic realm is defined as a biogeographical region encompassing Europe, Asia north of the Himalaya mountains, Northern Africa, North America, excluding southern Florida, and Greenland. The distribution of this species is what we could call holarctic. The whole Arctic realm is defined as a biogeographical region encompassing Europe, Asia north of the Himalayan mountains, Northern Africa and North America with the exception of southern Florida, and Greenland. Of course, this does not overlap one-on-one. For example, the species is not found in North Africa as far as I know, although North Africa is considered holarctic. But generally speaking, in broad definition, it has a holarctic distribution. What's interesting about the garden tiger moth is it's extremely polyphagous. What does this mean? It's a fancy way of saying that it eats many types of plants. It's not a very picky eater to say the least. On this list I shall mention some of their favorite plants, but by no means this list is exhaustive. There are more plants that they can eat than I can possibly even mention here on YouTube. But plants the species often eats in nature include these. Senecio or ragwort is commonly eaten by the larvae, also dock or sorrel or the genus Rumex, willows or salix species, Stachy sylvatica or hedge nettle, Stinging nettle or Urtica species is a very important food plant for them. Bramble species or rubus, which by the way also includes raspberry and others. Trifolium or clover species. Betula or birch species. Vaccinium, which includes blueberry, foxberry and bilberry. Hawthorn or Crataegus. Allium species including chives and onion. Plantago or plantain. Rowan or sorbus species. Aconite, Aconitum napellus. Thistle or Quercium. Deadly nightshade or Atropa belladonna. Goldenrod or Solidago. Bedstraw or Gallium species. Vetch or Vicia species. Lonicera species or honeysuckle. Meadow sage or Salvia pratensis. Rose or Rosa species. Prunus or cherry. Ash tree or Fraxinus. Iris species. Burdock or Arctium species. Bindweeds or Convolvulus. Foxglove or Digitalis. And many more plants. For breeding purposes, the ones I really recommend are dandelion, bramble, cherry, plantain or ragwort. Grow the food plants in pots if you can, it saves a lot of effort. Let's talk about their conservation briefly. The species is widespread. That's good news, but it does have its own challenges. For example, in some places, such as in the southern half of Great Britain, the Garden Tiger Moth was reported as showing a population decrease of almost 90% between 1968 and 2007. Wow, the species is showing an obvious decline. However, how the species is faring throughout all parts of its range is not always obvious. The statistics I just mentioned are just for the southern half of the UK. But a lot of data for the species in many places, such as Asia, Russia, Central Europe and even places in America, are missing or not complete, because the species should be monitored more closely in these areas. It is clear that it faces local extinction in some cases, although on a grander scheme, if you zoom out in the big picture, the species is so very widespread, I don't think that they are at any risk of extinction soon. Although it's still very concerning if they are declining or disappearing in certain countries. One of the threats to this species, mentioned in literature, is climate change. Yes, controversial but true. You see, Arctia caja is in a way a cold-adapted species. The hairy larvae tend to hibernate, after all. Now some people may ask, that doesn't make any sense. Aren't milder winters beneficial for a species that hibernates and needs to face the harsh cold? Well, no. Invertebrates have several problems when they hibernate. First of all, hibernating caterpillars can't eat. They conserve their energy until spring. However, being cold-blooded, they don't use much energy at all if the temperatures are lower. Cooler temperatures help suppress their metabolism. The warmer it is, the more energy they use because they are cold-blooded. If temperatures are too warm, they have a higher risk of starvation since they use more energy during their hibernation because it's warmer. Second of all, fungi and pathogens. When winter is cold and often near the freezing point, the air is very dry. This can suppress harmful bacteria and fungi. In warmer and wetter winters, fungi and diseases can target the caterpillars easier and make them sick. So can predators or pests. This may also cause the species to shift northwards in latitude. Southern populations may suffer the most, since this is where a shift in temperature is the most noticeable, since they are already on the periphery of their natural range, and may have already been on the edge of their comfort zone, more easily being pushed over the edge if the average temperatures go higher. And yeah, the world is getting drier and drier. This is an issue for species that generally favors more cool and humid areas. That includes the Garden Tiger Moth if you've been paying attention. These cool humid areas are suddenly becoming more hot and dry. Water management is a key word when it comes to the conservation of Arctia caja, because the species is often found near streams, lakesides, rivers, swamps, or in wet meadows, or wet depressions in the dunes. We have to make sure these humid places actually remain humid. Intensive agriculture and the climate crisis have also led to severe soil degradation and desertification in Europe. Rainfall is decreasing in many places. When we talk about the decline of insects, insecticide and pesticide are often obviously mentioned. There is no doubt that insecticide has pushed many rare species over the edge. The garden tiger moth, yes, the name gives it away, has caterpillars that do enter gardens, backyards, parks and urban spaces. In the absence of weeds or the use of weed killer, it can negatively impact them just as much as insecticide, because this is a species that feeds on weeds. Dandelions, nettles and ragwort are often seen as unwanted pests, but they are some of the favorite foods of the garden tiger moth. That's right, this species feeds on herbaceous plants very often. And of course there's the usual perpetrators, such as fragmentation and habitat loss. Do they really need an explanation anymore? More and more habitat is still lost every single day to human activity. Urbanization, expansion of intensive agriculture. Need I say more? It seems that humans don't have a reason nowadays to justify clearing forests, meadows, grasslands and more. It is sadly a major decline for some moth species, and undoubtedly it plays a role in the life cycle of the garden tiger moth and their conservation. But there's good news. Not everything is doom and gloom. There is hope for the garden tiger moth. Most importantly, this species is very widespread. Of course, the moth going locally extinct in some locations and some countries is never good news. However, on a species level, the fact that they are extremely widespread and cover so much ground on different continents does make extinction less likely. In the extreme case, the species will probably continue to decline, and some refugee populations will survive in areas that are more unaffected by both climate change and human activity, such as populations in the mountains. More good news is that the species can survive, sometimes even in more managed landscapes. Managed landscapes, for example, includes turf, golf courses, parks, gardens, playgrounds, ornamental trees, orchards, and flower beds, and the outdoor nurseries that produce them. Managed landscapes are planned, intentional and maintained plantings of, for example, grasses, wildflowers, ferns, shrubs and trees. And the garden tiger, if provided with a rich herb layer and plenty of vegetation, may be able to sustain themselves here. This is good news for their conservation, because it means in some cases, even if habitat is lost or developed, they may still be able to sustain populations in maintained landscapes. Managed landscapes. The species can also consume a huge amount of host plant species. They are not restricted to just one or two plant species like most other moth species. These are things that work to the advantage of the species and their survival. Last but not least, in many places the species is still relatively common. That's another piece of good news. So when it comes to their conservation, the species should be monitored more. People should take a closer look at the populations in some countries where there is very little data on the trends and the local abundance. And careful attention should be placed on the species in areas where it's rapidly declining, such as the UK, parts of Northern Europe. But overall, I don't think the species is at any danger of going extinct. Interestingly, the garden tiger moth itself is poisonous. That's right. But don't worry, it's a family-friendly species to breed. Them being poisonous only applies to them being eaten or swallowed. Yep, don't swallow moths, people. In particular, the Garden Tiger Moth stores pyrrolizidine alkaloids. Yeah, that's a difficult word to pronounce. But Garden Tiger Moths store pyrrolizidine alkaloids, which are natural toxins occurring in a wide variety of plants, in their bodies. The colorful patterns on its wings, they serve as a warning to predators, because the moth's body fluids are in fact poisonous, and many predators may want to avoid eating them. Yep, you've heard me. The Garden Tiger Moth is a species that gets their poison directly from their diet. This is a process called sequestration. It involves the caterpillars eating poisonous host plants and then storing the poison in their body. And in fact, a lot of species do this. Instead of producing your own poison, it's cheaper to steal it, or directly just derive it from the food that you're already eating. On top of that, it also neutralizes the poison. Instead of trying to break it down, metabolize, neutralize and digest it, storing it inside your tissues is also a brilliant way to make it inoffensive. The Garden Tiger Moth, Arctia caja, in nature, includes plants in its diet that contain said pyrrolizidine alkaloids. By feeding on them, it becomes poisonous itself in the process. There are a variety of plants in nature that are rich in alkaloids. Some examples are Seneccio or ragwort, Crotalaria or rattle pods, Eupatorium or hemp agrimony, and generally speaking many plants from the borage or Baranginaceae family. Interestingly, the species is very polyphagous and can eat hundreds of plants. And not all of them contain alkaloids. Considering the fact that they get these toxins directly from their diet, it's interesting to consider that not each individual gets the same amount of alkaloids from their diet, because it depends on what they would have been eating. Even more interestingly, the Garden Tiger Moth is polyphagous and eats a variety of plants, not all of them containing the same amount of alkaloids or containing them at all. This means that in theory, individuals who have ingested a higher amount of toxins could actually have a higher fitness and a stronger level of chemical protection. It is basically the recycling of plant defenses by insects. It is interesting to think about the level of toxin in the moth itself and how it can vary based on the local host plants available and its diet. Oh ho ho, but that is not all. This moth can also store other types of nasty poisons from its diet in its body, such as cardiac glycosides. Oh, cardiac glycosides are a class of organic compounds that increase or can interfere with the beating of the heart itself. They are found in plants such as digitalis and can be toxic or deadly to herbivores. The Garden Tiger Moth can store them in its body. Heart-stopping poison, yikes. On top of that, they can even sequester cannabinoids. Yes, the famous THC or tetrahydrocannabinol that actually gets you high if you smoke weed is an example of a very famous cannabinoid. But actually, there are many types of cannabinoids, and not all of them are found in cannabis. Anything from magnolia to sunflowers, hops, liverwort, cacao tree, and many more plants actually contain cannabinoids. And plants don't produce them to get you high, in fact they are naturally toxic and often insecticidal. Plants evolved them, probably mainly to deter herbivores. Interestingly, the deterring effects of cannabinoids on both vertebrate and invertebrate predators does require more research. But there is evidence to suggest that they can be toxic or unpalatable, driving away herbivores. So yeah, indeed, the Garden Tiger Moth is a master of the poisons. Sounds dramatic though, but chemically the species is protected, and the means by which they obtain this protection is interesting to say the least. There are a lot of studies when it comes to the toxicity of the Garden Tiger Moth, but some things are still unknown. Perhaps it inspires entomologists to look deeper one day. For example, I don't know if the level of toxicity can vary a lot per individual moth or per different environment. Does it play a role in mate selection or not? Or what plant toxins are the most effective and what do the larvae have a preference for? Questions for future research, my friends. If you know any interesting studies on this, please send them to me. One major problem, however, with warning colors is that they do not work in the darkness. And yeah, this nocturnal species tends to fly at night or in the early morning hours before the sun comes up. And at night, there are plenty of predators too. Interestingly, the Garden Tiger Moth can emit high-pitched chirps that notify predators of their presence. Now in the past on my channel we've talked about moths that can jam bat echolocation by emitting ultrasonic sound that interferes with that of the bat. However, the Garden Tiger Moth seems to do something fundamentally different. It seems to be warning predators instead, letting them know its presence. Perhaps this serves the same function as their bright color. Could it be acoustic aposematism instead? Even more interestingly, some predators do actually prey on Arctia caja. Some studies suggest, however, that birds minimize how many of the moths they eat per day, just to minimize the effects of the poison. It's kind of like drinking alcohol. It's poisonous too. So it's not a good idea to drink 2 bottles of vodka. But 1 glass of vodka, you'll most likely survive. Birds do the same with toxic moths sometimes. They learn to ingest them in the appropriate amounts. However, even then, the color pattern protects the moths. The birds distinguish between them and moths that are safe to eat in unlimited amounts. I do wish I had a little bit more data and more resources on this interesting piece of biology, however. If you have any papers, email them to me. And while it's hard to see, disturbingly, the interesting species of moth can also secrete what seems like its own hemolymph. That's insect code for blood or body fluid. Yes, I know it's not blood, but it's the equivalent of it. From its thorax. The Garden Tiger Moth has generally bitter tasting body fluid. It may also contain some of the aforementioned toxins. When the moth is touched, disturbed or harassed, it may excrete little yellow droplets. These may smell or taste terrible and discourage predators from viewing them as something tasty, in simple terms. One of the traits that make the Garden Tiger Moth the apple of the eye of entomologists and collectors is their extreme variability. The spots on the wings are different for every single individual. The Arctid moths exhibit some of the most pronounced interspecific wing pattern variation found in the Lepidoptera, and Arctia caja is a shining example of this. This makes them a very popular contender for selective breeding. They are kind of like the cows of the moth world. The spots are just randomized. The color of the hind wings can also vary a lot. Warning signaling purpose in aposematic animals may also allow for color variation on a larger scale than has been expected previously, and this moth is a beautiful example of this. If somebody asks me why their wing pattern varies so much, that's a complicated question, however. I'm not sure if I know all the answers. The answer may have some complicated evolutionary complications that relate to genetics. Perhaps their wing patterns are made of many morphological wing elements with a distinct genetic basis. Many Arctic species show extremely high levels of intraspecific phenotypic variation, with various pattern elements being significantly expanded or reduced in size, and even merged with adjoining elements. There may be a lot of genes involved in controlling these elements that in conjunction produce a visually similar pattern, but due to the underlying genetic variations, they are prone to producing physical variations that are perhaps quickly weeded out or selected against in nature to keep the color patterns more consistent. Who knows? Or could there be advantages to being variable? Selective breeding in captivity can result in some incredible varieties of the garden tiger moth, such as this variety without any dark spots at all. Admire it! The occurrence of such specimens in the wild is very rare. Although it does happen, it is much less likely to happen in the wild than in captivity. Let me show you some of the very interesting variations that have been documented in the past. There are even records of completely brown or black specimens. In this case, the black spots that are usually found on the wings have completely obscured the insect. Just some amazing examples of the variability of this species. Wow! In captivity, it's easier to create such forms through selective breeding, selecting the individuals with the most dark spots, the lightest or darkest wings, consecutively over several generations. Fantastic! One can breed this moth over and over again and encounter really rare or unusual forms. The hindwings of the species also vary a lot, from yellow to orange to red to white in some cases. Again, these color varieties are exceedingly rare in nature. But with a little bit of selective breeding, insect breeders have created an enormous variety of the color forms, demonstrating the amazing plasticity of the color patterns of the garden tiger moth. None of these pictures are mine, by the way, and I do not take credit for them. This video is demonetized and I am allowed to use them in a transformative way. Look at this one with black hindwings. Wow, amazing! If you are interested in selective breeding and creating your own color forms and varieties, then I highly recommend this species right here. Each individual is so unique, like a fingerprint with a unique pattern. The genus Arctia itself is also really interesting. It contains over 55 species, especially since the taxonomic revision in 2016 places a bunch of species in the genus Arctia. Sporadically new species have been discovered in remote areas of Russia, Central Asia, or very northern latitudes in Alaska or Canada. There are still a lot of undescribed or understudied species. The genus itself is widespread and seems to be present in northern latitudes in general, from America to Europe to Russia and to temperate Asia. However, the genus becomes absent if you get close to the equator or south of the equator, making them quite northern in distribution. And then this ends with a cliffhanger, because if everything goes well, I might release the life cycle of another rare species from the genus Arctia, the Aulica tiger. Arctia aulica, an endangered species in Europe. This year on my channel, so stay tuned for this. If you like this content, subscribe, it may happen if I'm lucky. Let's move on to the outro and thank you for watching. I would like to educate the public about these species and raise more of them on my channel. In addition, the life cycle of some of the more rare species is undocumented. This channel is very hard to run and operate, because I put so much time and effort and resources in it, in return for relatively little views. And many people donate to my channel to support my work. If you like what I do and you want to support insect education and research, then please consider becoming a member of my Patreon, buying something from my Etsy webshop or donate via PayPal. I appreciate it a lot. But of course this is all optional. Everyone is free to watch my videos and to enjoy them together. Together we can help and support moth populations and promote their conservation. Stay tuned for Arctia caja, and now I have a really cool announcement for you. Let me show you. Wait, don't leave. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a huge channel update and live update. And next to that I also have a gift for you. It's really important. Stop, wait. Don't leave. Stay here for a second. I have a gift for you. I'm serious. This gift is for you. I have a big announcement, big channel update, big live update, guys. This is going to change everything. And I mean everything, fundamentally, of all that we've seen on my channel in these past years. This gift is for you, my viewers. And this gift comes together with a story that I want you guys to listen to. Let's open the gift. But before that, I want to say thank you for watching MothCycles. What is MothCycles? If you're new here, MothCycles is basically my most popular web series on my channel, where we breed moths in captivity. I'm an online entomologist that is obsessed with butterflies and moths. And I make breeding tutorials on how to breed them in captivity, but it also shows you all the beautiful early life stages. So it helps people who watch my videos to breed these animals in captivity the way I do. Or even if you don't keep them as pets the way I do, it helps you admire them and their colors, and you can see all the life stages and development. So it's pretty educational. Thank you for watching. And now we're gonna open the gift, and it comes with a very special story. Here it comes. Let's open it. This is for you. Hear me out. Hear me out. Here comes the big reveal. MothCycles is ad-free. If you watch this series, there's not going to be advertisement on these videos, guys. I turned them off. YouTube advertisements are really obnoxious. Some of them are unskippable. And these are really long videos that sometimes take several hours. And you will get to watch them now ad-free. No advertisements. I made this decision because there is a very special backstory to all of this. I hope you'll listen to me, okay? Because this is important for me, you, and the whole community. The context behind this decision is very important, and all I ask for you people is to listen to me for a few minutes while I explain myself and what's going on with my life and this channel. In case you are new here, my name is Bart Coppens. I'm an online entomologist that films butterflies and moths. That's an understatement, because in the past 7 or 8 years, I started as a young, bored little man with a video camera that was obsessed with insects. And I started making video after video after video. And gradually, I grew into what I call a moth empire. Nowadays, I am pretty much the biggest, or one of the biggest, content creators on the entire internet when it comes to content that revolves around butterflies and moths. If you don't believe me, on Instagram at the moment I have more than 220,000 people who follow me and watch my Instagram videos. On Facebook I have a page about moths with over 130,000 followers. On top of that, I have a personal website. It's called breedingbutterflies.com with over 2,000 unique followers and visitors per day. Which doesn't sound like much, but it is for a website. It's much easier to get followers on social media than on your blog. Last but not least, I have my YouTube channel, Bart Coppens. It has close to 50,000 subscribers at the moment. Ironically, my YouTube channel is probably the smallest platform out of all the things that I do. But YouTube is what I'm the most proud of. In my opinion, on this channel we have some of the best butterfly and moth content on the entire internet. Much better than most other channels. And what I want to say is, getting here was not easy. I had to work my ass off. I know this is a cliche, guys. Every YouTuber wants to convince you that making videos is hard work, that it's real labor. But let me tell you something, guys. It wasn't easy. For me, being a content creator felt more like a big struggle. It felt like a mental illness in some ways. Wow, that's a bold statement. But let me tell you what happened. I think it was 2017 or 2016 when my YouTube channel was permanently demonetized, guys. Basically, YouTube decided in one snap of their fingers that my content is not worthy of support. My content is not worthy of generating money. You see, if a YouTuber is successful and they get a lot of viewers and subscribers, YouTube will play commercials on their videos. And these commercials, they generate money. When people click on an advertisement, you earn a few cents. It doesn't sound like much, but if you have thousands and millions of people watching and clicking these ads, it adds up into what we call ad revenue. Ad revenue is how most YouTubers earn their paycheck, earn their salary, justify what they do. Except for me. YouTube refused to tell me why my YouTube channel was demonetized. And this has been the case since a long time ago, guys. I've been making videos for 7 or 8 years. Thousands and thousands of videos. I have close to 2,000 moth videos on this channel. And all this time, when I kept struggling, I did it because I have passion for what I do. I have passion in my heart for this subject. I want to talk about it. I want to capture the beauty and share it with people. While I was not getting paid for it, essentially. Now, of course, I don't do YouTube for the money. YouTube is not lucrative unless you're in the top 1% of creators, which I will definitely never be with my small moth channel. At the same time, it's important to think about these things. Because when you put so much passion, so much love and attention to detail and energy in these videos, you know. I'm sitting here with my little camera, filming these little insects, growing, transforming, putting months and months of my effort, of my heart and soul in these videos. And of course it would help to justify doing all of this if you are getting at least something out of it. Something to help pay the bills, to help compensate for the time and effort that you put in it. If you are an artist, if you like to make paintings, you don't have to get paid. If you're a true artist, you will love making paintings and art just for the soul of it, just for the sake of it, because you want to express yourself. And I felt the same way. At the same time, I felt like this decision was very unfair. YouTube has never told me the reason why I was explicitly demonetized. They never told me. Never. And I kept emailing them for years because mentally this was like a splinter in my ass, if I am being frank with you. It's not very nice to be punished for something and not being told the reason why. If I do something wrong, if I break the rules of YouTube, of your system, I'm okay with the consequences, I accept it, but please tell me what rule I broke. How am I supposed to learn from it if you don't tell me? And I've been emailing YouTube for years, and eventually they black on white told me they were unable to tell me which rule or guideline I violated. Wow, the audacity. This is black on white, proof, I have it in my email. Unable to tell me what rule or guideline I violated. This hurts, because I'm out here, my videos are not controversial, I just talk about nature and insects, okay? I don't simp for Donald Trump, or Joe Biden, or Hillary Clinton, or whatever shitty, terrible president the United States plans to come up with. I'm not here telling people, insulting your religion. I'm not here peddling controversial things, I'm not talking about pandemics or vaccines or... I'm just here filming moths and butterflies, and YouTube thought it was controversial enough to demonetize my whole channel. I don't get it. I was so frustrated. But I came up with one solution, and this saved me, this rescued my channel, this changed everything. You see, around 2016, something called crowdfunding became popular on the internet. It's probably much earlier, but that's when I discovered it. People were doing Kickstarters, GoFundMes, but some of these platforms became subscription-based. One of them I found was Patreon. Patreon, I think we all know it, is a platform where you can buy a subscription to a YouTuber or artist or commentator, somebody that does work that you like, and you can basically support them. These subscriptions, they cost typically a few dollars per month, and you tend to get some stuff in return. And Patreon has helped me and this channel so much. It's the reason why I'm still here today, making these long videos. I have some really old videos as proof for how long I've been doing this. Let's play them. If you are willing to contribute to my scientific research and my online blogs and videos, then do check it out. Maybe it's something for you. I'm just doing a little experiment, and I want to know if there are people who want to and can contribute to my mission. Thanks for watching. I'll be back with more soon. Goodbye. That's really nostalgic, isn't it? These old videos of young me. I feel old. I've been here so long. Some of you guys grew up watching my videos. It's kind of crazy. But basically, since nearly the inception of this channel, it is your generosity that sustained me. It has really changed my view about people. I used to be more of a cynical, misanthropic guy. People are selfish. People are not worthy of, saving. Humanity votes against their own interest. And sure, we have problems as a species, I admit it. We don't treat the planet very kindly. We are destroying our own life support systems. We certainly seem to be devolving in a society with less and less empathy for the vulnerable, for the sick, for the weak, for the disabled, for the oppressed. And it hurts me. But I've also seen the incredible generosity of people. It's very complex how we as a species can be cold. We can go to war. We can destroy each other over religion. But we can also see a silly moth guy on YouTube and decide to help him. It's funny to be on the receiving end of such generosity. And over the years, you guys have been donating so much money to this channel, I'm being honest. There's even been people who paid for my trips to South America just because they like my videos, and for this I just want to fall to my knees and say thank you. Thank you guys. I feel unworthy. At the same time I was very pleased because I'm a man with ambition. I have strong ambition. I think we can make something meaningful. I think it's very meaningful to talk about insects in nature in a world that thinks that insects are disgusting and should be eradicated and all of them are pests. No. Insects are the most important animals for any terrestrial ecosystem. They pollinate, they basically recycle, they are reducers, they are consumers. Without insects we have a big problem in the environment and people don't care about them and their conservation. So the fact that people were able to financially support me and my videos for so many years, I'm so grateful for that. I could literally cry if I wasn't an emotionless autist. I do have autism, but that was a joke. It's not that bad. But I'm so thankful for you guys. So thankful for your generosity. I want to do something in return. So what changed? And this is where we have the happy ending. Since a few years ago, YouTube has a new CEO. Old CEO was replaced, or she quit. I'm not sure what happened. And because of that, Google and YouTube changed many of their policies to be more transparent with creators. And this included a more open YouTube customer service. In the past, it was almost impossible to get in touch with YouTube. there was a time where they would only send me automatic replies. Basically telling me, oh, you're not part of the YouTube partner program anymore. We're just gonna send you an automatic reply. We're not gonna acknowledge your existence as a human. Made me very angry because I work my ass off to make videos for this website that doesn't even acknowledge that I exist. It's terrible, it's terrible. But to YouTube's credit, and I have to give YouTube a compliment, it is very easy nowadays to send them an email and get a reply. So I never gave up, guys. I kept harassing YouTube for years and years. Why did you demonetize my channel? Why am I demonetized? And finally, after 8 years of me harassing and emailing YouTube, they caved in, guys. They conceded and sent me an email that I can apply to the YouTube partner program. After all these years, I won. We won. YouTube tried to kill the beast. They tried to contain the beast, but they only made it stronger. We won. And since then, my YouTube channel has become monetized. My channel is now monetized. If you're watching this, this is news. My channel is now finally monetized. I am making money from my videos. For the first time since 2017. And this is great news. Because I never liked having to rely on your support this much. Having to ask people for money and beg for it. It's embarrassing. Some people struggle to pay their bills and electricity, and you're out here, please support my channel, please give me $1. And it sucks, it hurts, it's degrading. But I didn't see any other way to continue. It's either give up or scale down my video production, which I don't want because I'm passionate about it, or justify doing this financially by finding other ways to make some money from it. And it finally happened. But I haven't forgotten about all of you, all of your donations, all of your support. I have not forgotten. You're mine now. Wow, okay, that was violent. But that's not who I am. I am not a backstabber. You see, I was faced with a brand new moral dilemma. Because for all these years I have been building these crowdfunding websites like Patreon to make money for myself, to make more cool insect videos for you guys. And the reason why many people donated is so they could support me and my content. Because I didn't have ad revenue, there's no advertisements on my videos. That's why some of you donated. So my moral dilemma is, what if I put advertisements on my videos now? Well, there are so many people subscribed to my Patreon. Patreon is still here. I didn't delete it. But I feel like it would be immoral for me to now, after people supported me and had my back for so many years, to just turn around and slap advertisement all over these videos. And some people actually were not happy with the change of me getting monetized. Saying things like, I'm not gonna watch all these unskippable ads on your videos, Bart. You know what, I kinda understand your point. Because first of all, let's be honest, these ads that YouTube has nowadays are incredibly annoying and unskippable. It's annoying. So, and therefore I have decided to make MothCycles ad-free. I think this makes total and perfect sense for several reasons. Number one, MothCycles is the most popular web series on my channel that most of my hardcore fans watch. Yeah, I make silly algorithmic videos that can be clickbaity, like, ooh, squeaky death's head moths. But I don't think that the true fans come to my channel to see that stuff. I think the really dedicated fans who watch my videos come here for the MothCycles episodes, guys. People like you. Second of all, these videos are very long. I feel like advertisements on a long video are more obnoxious. Because if you're watching a video that's an hour long or more, then there's going to be an advertisement every 8 minutes, and before you know it, you've seen 10 or 12 advertisements if you want to see these MothCycles episodes, which gets very annoying. Even though it's my most popular series that gets a lot of watch time and views, I've decided I am going to make this series ad-free as a gift to you and my community. This is basically my way of saying thank you for donating to me all these years. Thank you. Seriously. I remember the people who helped me in the past. I remember the people who helped me get where I am. And I'm not gonna turn around and slap advertisements on all the videos. I feel like I should give something back in return. So yeah, that's the good news, folks. If you are an enjoyer of MothCycles, if you're watching this right now, you're enjoying this ad-free, no advertisements. This video is not monetized. Not because YouTube demonetized it, but because I demonetized it for you. To make it more watchable. That's my gift. And that's the good news. We are monetized. I do want to say, guys, I am not giving up Patreon. I would be pretty crazy to give that up. But I am going to change my tune. I am never again going to confront you with please support my videos because I'm demonetized. That time is just over. At the same time, I do want to provide value for the people who supported me and still continue to support me. So if you are still interested in my Patreon, I do send a lot of stuff like... My Patreon is not going away. It's still here. And instead, I've decided I'm going to send people more benefits. Gifts, stickers, merchandise. In fact, my Patreon for many years already had a loyalty program. And that means that every 3 or 4 months when you are subscribed, you can earn gifts. Things that I design myself. Things that I made with my own hands. And if you subscribe to my Patreon, you are still getting these benefits. This doesn't change. And also your name will be in the credits of every special production. If you're a big fan of this channel and if you want to support an independent entomologist that speaks out for conservation, biodiversity, and films the life cycles of insects, you still may want to consider joining it. For all intents and purposes, you will be helping me make more videos for sure. And I know a lot of you supported me because Patreon was basically my only income, my only budget from YouTube. But now I can make money from my videos. And perhaps that reason to support me is now gone. So I'm gonna double down on the rewards. I'm gonna make sure to provide you value for your donations. Because I'm so grateful. We finally made it. And if you're interested, check out my Patreon. You don't want to miss out. It was always optional to support me. I never expected it. I never demanded it. It was always for the people who are willing and able. And it still is today. But it's become even less urgent to bring it up now. And I just wanted to say thank you and give you this announcement, really. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and together we will overcome and build the biggest moth empire on the internet. Ad astra per spera. And now let's play the credits of the people who are subscribed to my Patreon. It's thanks to you guys that I'm still here. After all these years. Making video after video after video. Love you. Thanks for watching all of that. You are really special. You are. If you can watch such extremely long moth videos, my channel is the only one. You belong here. Subscribe. Also, did you know that I made a cake for the caterpillars of the Garden Tiger Moth? That's right. It's not a real cake. I made it from fruits and vegetables to make it caterpillar safe. Let me show you that moment. While I play the credits, the people are the credits. In the credits are the same people who are subscribed to my Patreon, who are essentially the people who help me make the show. Let me play those credits. Hey man, thanks for watching. You are a real one. Share my videos with your friends and family if you enjoy it. See you in the next one. Thank you for watching this super extra long episode of MothCycles.